A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Joyce Blaine, the glamorous movie actress, is still hiding out at the Aces Bungalow, where she hopes to find a few weeks of peace and quiet after a hectic holiday. Jane asked Joyce to vamp Neil Williams, Marge's boyfriend, hoping to make Marge jealous enough to marry Neil right away. But Joyce double-crossed Jane and told Marge and Neil of the plan. Between the three of them, they decided to give Jane something to worry about by having Joyce lure Mr. Ace. Our scene now is the living room, where we find Joyce and Marge alone.
You know, the only thing I'm worried about in this little plan of ours...
What's there to worry about, Marge? All you want is for Jane to be so busy holding on to that husband of hers that she won't have time to meddle in your and Neil's lives. Right?
Yes, but
Well, you just leave it to me. When I get through with Mr. Ace, Jane will be so busy holding on to him.
But that's just it. That's the one thing I'm worried about, Mr. Ace. I'm afraid he won't fall.
He won't fall?
Huh. Sounds like a lot of confidence, Joyce, but you don't know Mr. Ace.
He's
not
a man, isn't he?
Yes.
But he's different, I suppose. Is that what you're going to tell me?
I was, yes.
Well, save your breath, Marge. They're all alike.
Maybe all the men you know are, Joyce. Oh, no offense, of course. I mean, men in Hollywood and in your walk of life. But now he's a family man. He's level-headed and very much in love with his wife. And, well, oh, stop it, Joyce.
You stop it. You're breaking my heart. I tell you, they're all alike. And before I leave here, I'm going to prove it to you, too.
Well, don't prove it to me. Prove it to Jane. She's the one I want to give something to think about.
Oh, she'll do plenty of thinking. Of course, right now, she's so busy pushing me as her boyfriend that it's going to take her a little while to realize it's her own husband she better start worrying about. But as soon as her husband starts showing the symptoms...
What are the symptoms?
Oh, they vary.
According to the type of man, is that it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what I'm afraid of. I'm afraid he isn't the type that falls for glamour and all that.
Oh, doesn't he?
Well, at least I haven't seen any symptoms. But then maybe I wouldn't know a symptom if I saw one.
But I've only been here a couple of days. Give me time. Some men are a little slower in getting started.
Oh, then you think you will have trouble?
Oh, not at all. I've only had a couple of conversations with the man. I don't mind confessing, he's not my type at all.
Oh, I see. Going to take a lot of acting on your part. Is that what you mean?
Exactly.
Well, I'm willing to bet you a box of candy that you're going to find Ace a little different from the men you say are all alike.
That's a bet.
It's a bet. But I ought to give you odds because I know Ace better than you do. He's a conservative, serious-minded, dignified...
Oh, don't let those glasses of yours fool you.
Glasses? I'm not judging, but... Well, you know what we ought to do, maybe?
What?
How about taking Ace in with us on his flight? Then he can act like he's falling for you, and Jane will notice it all the more.
No, thanks. That sounds as if you don't have any confidence in my ability at all. Now, I really am going to work on this man.
But if we told him the idea, he'd be glad to cooperate. He'd see it, and I know he'd like nothing better than to teach Jane to mind her own business.
Nothing doing. You just worry about your part of the deal. You hang on to Neil. And make sure Neil does his share.
Oh, don't worry about Neil. He'll be here pretty soon, and he knows exactly what he has to do.
And what time's he coming?
Oh, pretty soon. We're going downtown to a lecture this evening. Well, Jane, are you all through giving Laura her weekly lecture about the dinner?
I wasn't in the kitchen. Honestly, I don't have time to go in the kitchen anymore the way he's acting.
What's up?
Out of a clean sky, he wants to know why I didn't sew a button on that brown satin dressing robe.
What?
He hasn't worn it for over 2 years. I got it for him 3 Christmases ago. And he always sits around without a coat. How should I know that all of a sudden he'd want to start wearing that robe? And a scarf around his neck. I thought he had a cold at first.
I'll bring you that box of candy tonight.
Right. Because candy? What candy?
Well, I'd better go in and get ready for Neil. He'll be here pretty soon.
What candy, Mars?
Oh, I just thought I'd bring home a box of candy.
Oh, we've got plenty of candy around here.
I asked you to bring me a special kind, Jane. Do you mind?
Oh, no, but I've been glad to.
Fine, Jane. Well, you two excuse me. I want to get ready for Neil.
Oh, is Neil coming tonight, Mars?
Yes, we're going downtown to a lecture, and I better go in and get it. Oh, look. Well, what are you made up for?
What? What do you mean made up?
Oh, you look pretty snappy there, my friend.
Man, listen, Marge, it's nothing. It's just a little something that
a little something you knitted, I suppose.
She isn't the most peculiar person. I don't mind her, Joyce.
I understand.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. There's something else about you.
What? Stop staring at me
What
like...
is it? Jane, What is there about him that's different?
Well, it's just that robe and that scarf, I guess. He never wears anything like that.
It's something else. I can't quite figure it out.
Well, I don't see anything else.
What is this with you two? Just because a man wants to spend a comfortable evening at home in his favorite chair with the newspaper, then ouch!
Here, be careful of that table.
Table? Who put that table there?
Now I see what it is. It's your glasses.
Oh, what about it?
Oh, yes, dear, you forgot your glasses.
I didn't forget my glasses.
Well, where are they?
Well, I just thought I'd rest my eyes, that's all.
Well.
Isn't this awful? A man wants to spend an evening
Why
quietly.
don't you leave the poor boy alone? He's had such a hard day.
Sure I have.
Well, I'm going in and get dressed. Call me if you'll get here, Jane.
I will.
What is that with her?
Oh, she's in a good mood this evening. I guess it's because Neil's coming over.
That's just it. Now, Joyce, I don't think you're doing what you said.
About Neil, you mean, Jane?
Yes, he was here the other night. You hardly paid any attention to him.
Well, it's a little hard to get started, Jane. Give me time. After all, I've only just met the man, and I'd hardly say he's my type, you know.
But I thought you could act like he's your type.
Well, I will, Jane, when I get used to the idea.
But I want you to do it right away so Marge will start worrying
Oh,
about
Jane,
it.
you can't make Joyce do this for you.
But she said she
I
would.
know, but I guess maybe, like she says, Neil's not her type.
But she could act like he was. After all, she's a movie actress, and she promised me
I
she
know,
would.
but it's just that Neil doesn't appeal to her, I guess.
No, you're so understanding.
Yes, I can see your point of view.
Of course you can.
Well, I can't. All you have to do is act like you like him. Then Marge will get worried, and the first thing you know, she'll marry him. You promised me you'd do
Well,
it.
after all, we can't hold her to that promise, Jane. If
But
you
he'll be here pretty soon. I think this would be a good time to start making Marge jealous.
Well, I'll try, Jane, but I can't promise any miracles. After all, Neil's not exactly the type of man
Oh, there he is now. Now, please,
Oh,
Joyce.
stop bothering her. She
Dear,
doesn't want...
you stay out of this. This has nothing to do with you.
It hasn't it?
No, this is just for Marge and Neil. I'm just doing it for them.
Well, I guess I'll have to let him in if you're going to stand there. Ow! Oh, who put
Dear,
that?
you better get your
Oh,
glasses.
who these chairs out here?
Oh, I'll go. You just sit down and relax. Now, don't forget yours.
I'll try, Jane, but it's going to be awfully hard.
Well, hello there, Jane.
Hello, Neil. Come in. I knew it was you.
Marjorie?
No, but you told me to call the minute you got
I
here.
got plenty of time. Well, good evening, beautiful.
Well,
Hello, Neil. How are you? Good evening, beautiful again. What? What are you made up for? Listen now. Look at you. I never saw you so protected. No, well, it's just a lounging robe. My heavens, if a man can't wear a lounging robe around and he's own home. What else is there? There's nothing.
It's his glasses, Neil. He forgot them.
Oh, sure. I didn't know what it was. You look like a different person. What's the matter? Did you break them?
Yes, No, I didn't break them. I don't have to wear them if I don't want to.
No, but it does make you look different. It makes you look younger.
Well, yes, I guess
I know one thing it makes it. It makes him bump into everything. Shall I go and get him for you, dear?
No, and please leave me out of the conversation for a while, will you?
Sure, if you want it that way.
Well,
Well, Joyce, what's new?
oh, nothing much.
Still like the quiet and peace of this sort of life?
I love it.
Don't want to be found yet, do you?
Not yet, Neil. I'm enjoying this too much. I want to stay hidden a whole month. What I need is rest and quiet.
And you're getting plenty of it here?
Oh, I love it. Everybody's been so kind.
Well, we're trying to make you feel at home.
Of course, and I love you for it.
You see, what I'm worried about is that this news story doesn't leak out about the way you are. Because the papers are still full of sort of yarns and conjectures as to where you can be.
I know. I've seen them. Isn't it dreadful?
Well, it's to be expected. After all, you are a celebrity, you know. You can't just drop out of sight without causing some stir. It's going to make quite a scoop for me when I do spring the story that you've been hiding out here all this time. I got pictures already. You and Jane in the car and all those poses we took the other day in the back here. Oh, I can't wait to string it.
Oh, but you will wait, won't you?
Oh, well, sure. I promised I would.
Oh, thank you, Neil.
Okay, but don't forget, sweetheart, I get the story exclusive. You're a witness to that, Ace.
Sweetheart, I better call Marge.
Of course you do, Neil. I promise you'll have the story when I decide to let the studio know where I am.
Oh, wait, don't say anything else. I call Marge.
No hurry, Jane. You got plenty of time. I just as soon stay here and talk to this gorgeous sister.
Oh, wait, George, I'll call Marge. Marge, Neil's here. Hurry.
I'll be right there. Going to a lecture, Marge tells me.
Yeah, I got to cover a lecture for the paper. I think it's going to be pretty dry for Marge, if she said she's coming.
Oh, hello, Neil.
Hi, Marge. You're on time for once.
Oh, you're early.
I know, but I...
Yes, and you've been talking to Joyce, Marge.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, they've had more fun talking. What were you saying, Neil?
Oh, nothing. I'm just talking. Well, I guess we better go. Good night, sweetheart.
Good night. You have a good time.
You sweetheart. Did you hear that, Maude?
I'd insist that you come with us, Joyce, but it's just a dry lecture on economics. I have to cover it for the paper. Some big shot's going to tell why the stock market's acting the way it is.
No thanks. I'm in hiding.
Okay, beautiful.
Beautiful. Did you hear that, Maude?
Yes, Jay. Such his line. I don't mind.
Well, you ought to mind because the way...
Good night, Joyce. Come on, Neil.
Coming. Sorry. Good night.
Well, Marge, I'd certainly look into it the way he called her sweetheart.
Good night, folks.
Well, imagine that. She didn't even get jealous.
Well, it's not my fault, Jane. I did the best I could.
I know, but I thought sure she'd get jealous the way he calls you sweetheart.
She must be awfully in love with him. Imagine going to a dry old lecture on economics.
Yeah, what makes the stock market go up and down? A lot those big shots know. I know as much as they do myself.
I'll bet you do, too.
Why, sure. I've studied this situation for a long while.
I thought sure when he called you sweetheart she'd say something.
Could you tell me all about it? There's so much I don't understand.
Well, it's kind of hard to explain.
Oh, but I'm sure you could explain it.
And then when he said beautiful the way he
Well, I
said.
could try. It might be kind of hard to...
It's so crazy here. We have all evening.
The trouble with some people is they don't know when to get jealous.
Yes, Mr. T.
I don't know what they're going to have to do to make Mars jealous, but that's the way she's going to.
Yes, some people don't know when to get jealous, and it looks as if Jane heads the list. We learn more about this campaign to worry Jane when next we meet the Easy Eight.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with You Walk By. By, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to explain why Jack Benny is not here for his customary introduction. As you may remember, Jack has been having a lot of trouble lately with Paramount regarding the premiere of his picture that he recently made with Fred Allen.
Yeah, that's right, all right.
Last week, Jack spoke on the telephone to Mark Sandrich, his director, about this matter, but got absolutely no satisfaction.
Yeah, he spoke on the phone.
Then he got in touch with Mr. LeBaron, who is in charge of production at Paramount, and also Mr. Freeman, the head of the studio. But in neither instance was Jack successful in achieving his purpose.
Oh, it was awful.
Dennis, please. I'm trying to explain something.
Say, Don, I thought Jackson had that premiere all set for Waukegan. What's he beefing about?
Well, it's not settled yet, Phil. In fact, Jack is over at Paramount right now trying to sell Mr. Sandrich the idea. Mary is with him, and I doubt very much that they'll be back.
Hello, Mr. Sandwich's office. Sorry, he's busy right now. Very well, I'll have him call you.
Now, look here, Miss Wellman. I've been waiting an hour and a half to see Mr. Sandrich. Will you please do something about it?
I've already told you, Mr. Benny, he'll see you just as soon as he's through with his conference.
Conference. Who's he in conference with?
You're at the keyhole, you tell me.
I'm not at the keyhole. I'm bending over to tie my shoe.
How can you tie a shoe with buttons on it?
All right, I'm buttoning my shoe. My goodness.
Oh, Jack, come over here and sit down, will you?
Listen, Mary, I don't like being kicked around like this. The premiere of my picture is going to be held in Waukegan, and I'm going to settle it right now.
But they already promised Fred Allen that they were going to have it in his hometown, Old Orchard, Maine.
Old Orchard, Maine? What a hick burg that is.
Oh, it's not such a small town.
It isn't. Why, in Old Orchard, you can buy a sack of potatoes, a plug of tobacco, a brassiere, and a dish of chow mein in the post office. Talk about a small town. I played there in vaudeville once, and there were only 8 people in the theater.
That happened to you in Pittsburgh, too.
It did not. And another thing, who'd go to Old Orchard, a summer resort, in the wintertime?
Well, you should have heard Allen Wednesday night. He said there's more life in Old Orchard closed up than there is in Waukegan wide open.
Oh, yeah? Well, he ought to be in Waukegan on a Saturday night. Talk about excitement. Well, you can hardly cross the street without getting run over.
Well, naturally, what does a stoplight mean to a horse?
I'm talking about automobiles. Let me tell you something, Mary. That town is pretty busy.
Yes? Yes, Mr. Sandwich. Yes, any bay is ill say ear hay.
And tell him I'm going to say your hay, too. You don't have to pull that pig Latin on me, Miss Wellman. I've been around.
Oh, Jack, will you please sit down? You make me nervous.
All right. Pardon me, sir. Is this seat taken?
No, I'll move my derby.
Thank you. I noticed you sitting here. Are you waiting for Mr. Sandridge, too?
Yeah, I've been trying to see him for 3 days. I'm a writer.
A writer, eh?
Yeah, my name is Ernest Hemingway.
Ernest Hemingway? Gee, Mary, this gentleman here is Ernest Hemingway.
Not Ernest. Ernest.
Oh.
Ernest Hemingway.
Oh, Ernest Hemingway.
Yeah, the Hemmings in the middle.
Oh, I see. Then you're not the famous author of For Whom the Bell Tolls.
Oh, I ain't even got an alarm clock.
Oh, funny. Say, Mary, this guy looks like an ex-prize fighter or something, huh?
Yeah, I'd hate to lose a dime in his ear.
He's better.
Good afternoon, Miss Wellman. Is Mr. Sandwich in his office, please?
Go right in, Mr. Lopez. He's expecting you.
Gracias.
Hey, wait a minute, Miss Wellman. I was here before him. Who's this Lopez guy?
Mr. Sandwich is taking rumba lessons.
Rumba lessons? That's fine. He takes rumba lessons while I sit out here and wait. Who was Sandridge before he directed my pictures, anyway?
Who was he?
Yes.
Why, Mark Sanders directed some of the best pictures Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers ever made.
Is that so?
Flying Down to Rio, Top Hat, Follow the Fleet, The Gay Divorce.
You call those pictures? Did he direct Mr. Deeds Goes to Town? Or Mr. Smith Goes to Washington?
No, but he's going to direct Mr. Benny Goes to Old Orchard.
No, he's not. Anyway, Mary, I should think you'd be on my side in getting this premiere settled.
Well, I don't want to go to Waukegan and get caught in all that traffic.
Oh, keep still, will you?
Hey, buddy, who's the dame?
Oh, pardon me. Mr. Hemingway, this is Miss Livingston.
Pleased to meet you.
The feeling is mutual.
Mary, please, he's an author. Incidentally, what have you written lately, Mr. Hemingway?
Did you see Gone with the Wind?
Yes.
Well, I wrote a sequel to it, Back with a Breeze.
Well, is it any good?
It didn't intrigue me.
Oh, well, you're just modest.
Hello, Miss W. Is MS tied up?
No, go right in, BG.
Okay.
Hey, who's BG?
He's with RKO.
Okay, MNX. What is this, anyway? For heaven's sake.
Oh, Jack, here's a movie magazine. Read it and relax.
Okay, give it to me. Fine move to look at a movie magazine.
Hey, buddy, your face is familiar. Are you Jack Benny, the new dog catcher, Beverly Hills?
That's what this badge says. I just took office last week.
Oh, Jack, look at the magazine. Here's a picture of you dancing with Barbara Stanwyck at the Coconut Grove.
Oh, yeah. See what a blank expression on my face. You'd think I'd be smiling or something.
That's a coconut. You're on the left.
Oh, yeah, yes, I am smiling. Well, I must put this in my scrapbook. Yes, sir. Oh, hello, Rochester.
Say, boss, I think I ought to move the car over to the parking lot across the street.
Leave it where it is. I'll be out in a little while.
Yeah, but I've been parking in the 10-minute zone for over 3 hours.
What's the difference? The policeman won't bother you.
He won't, eh?
No.
This ticket he gave me ain't for the ballet russe.
He gave you a ticket. Why didn't you talk him out of it? Why'd you tell him you just pulled in?
He'd never believe that, boss.
Why not?
I was asleep in the back seat.
You imagine that, Mary?
Well, it's not his fault.
It is, too. Rochester can sleep on his time off.
Time off?
Yes.
Boss, you got me so used to working that last night when I was asleep, I picked all the cotton out of my quilt.
Never mind. Now go out and move that car across the street.
Okay. You want me to put it in the 25-cent lot or the 15-cent lot?
Well...
What am I talking about? Come on, boy.
Always thinks he's so smart. Wait till he pays for that quilt he pulled apart. Hey, Miss Wellman, what about Sandwich? Am I going to see him or not? I've been waiting here
Hello,
all...
Miss Wellman. Is your boss tied up?
Go right in, Mr. Welch. He's expecting you.
Thanks.
Hey, wait a minute. How does that guy get in so quick?
That's Mr. Welch. He's a salesman.
Well, it's a fine thing when the salesman can get in ahead of me. What's going on here, anyway?
Oh, keep your shirt on.
What did you say?
Do you want me to slug it for you, buddy?
No, but thanks just the same. Come on, Mary. We're going to Mr. LeBaron's office. I'll get this thing settled once and for all.
All right, all right.
I'll go with you, buddy.
So long, Miss Wellman. Thanks for everything. Leave me. I'll tell Mr. LeBaron plenty about how Sandridge gave me the runaround. Now, let's see, where's his office?
Programs. You can't tell the Baron from Sandwich without a program.
Oh, get away from me! Come on, Mary.
Yes, Mr. LeBaron. Yes, he's still here.
Gonna stay here, too.
I've told him that, Mr. LeBaron, but he says he wants to settle it right now. Very well.
Now, what did he say? Can I go in to see him?
Not yet, Mr. Benny. He's in the midst of a very important meeting.
Meeting, conference. That's a lot of baloney. Now, see here, Mr. Nelson, I know what's going on. You can't pull the wool over my eyes.
I wouldn't pull anything over them. They're beautiful.
Now, wait a minute. Just because my eyes happen to be one of my best features, you don't have to give me that soft soap. I know what time it is.
Oh, Jack, sit down, will you?
All right.
Hey, look out for my derby.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Hemingway. Do you have to see Mr. LeBaron, too?
Yeah, I want to show him a new story I wrote. It'll make a superb picture.
Oh, what's it about?
Well, it's about two people that are thrown together by fate. Then, through the intervention of circumstances, they're split up. But they still yearn for each other.
Yoin?
Yeah. And although there are moments of stark tragedy, there is a strong undercurrent of love and passion.
Well, what's the title of your story?
Desire like anything.
Well, it sounds like a great plot, huh?
You know, Jack, that would make a swell picture for you.
It would?
Yeah, I can see either you or Ronald Coleman in it.
Yeah, I guess Coleman could handle it, too. Although...
But he'd never be as convincing as you. Huh, Jack?
Well, I wouldn't say that, but he...
He hasn't got near the class you have.
Well, now that you mention it...
I ought to punch you right in those big blue eyes.
Mary.
Oh, that'd be a shame.
You stay out of it. Now, Mr. Hemingway.
Yeah?
The premise of your story is very good, but I'd like to suggest a few changes. For instance, at the beginning, when the couple are together, they... Hey, what's that marching going on out there?
That's Cecil B. DeMille and his staff.
Oh. Well, they keep steps perfectly. What was I going to say, Mr. Hemingway? A story like yours should have more...
Hello, Nelson. Is Mr. LeBaron tied up?
Oh, go right in, Mr. Welch. He's waiting for you.
Thanks.
Hey, wait. Now, how does that guy always get in ahead of me?
Well, that's Mr. Welch.
I know, but who's Welch?
He sells Christmas cards.
Yikes! Well, that counts everything. So mad I can't see straight.
Oh, Jack, don't be so jealous. He probably buys cards from him every year.
I don't care about losing a sale. I want to get this premiere settled.
Well, settle it later.
I'll settle it right now. Now, look, Mr. Nelson. This is a very important matter to me. And if you think I'm going to sit around in one office and then another...
Salute, Jack. Here comes the mill again.
Oh, nuts! Oh, he's marching. Suppose the guy with flat feet couldn't work for him. Well, as long as I have to sit here, we might as well eat lunch. Open the box, Mary.
Okay.
I had a hunch that I'd be tied up here all day.
What do you have, Jack?
Let's see. Mary, don't squeeze those sandwiches. The peanut butter is coming out.
Oh, you and your darn peanut butter. Don't you ever have meat in the house?
There's some pressed ham there. Look under the bagel. Now, give me one of those hard-boiled eggs.
Say, those sandwiches there look good.
Oh, pardon me. Would you care for something, Mr. Hemingway?
Call me earnest. We're going to be together for a long time.
Yeah, it sure looks like it. Mary, see if there's any salt in there, will you?
Hey, Blue Eyes, will you please throw those eggshells in the basket?
All right. Wish he'd stop calling me Blue Eyes. Makes me so self-conscious, I'm sorry I've got him. Gee, I wish we had some coffee.
Hey, Ernest, you want a hard-boiled egg?
Yeah, have one.
Thanks. Say, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
I'm still waiting for you.
Won't be long now. Did you put the car in the parking lot?
Yes, sir.
If you'd have done it in the first place, you'd never have gotten a ticket.
By the way, boss, getting to that parking lot involves a left-hand turn in the middle of the block.
Well?
And you know that great big sign there says no U-turn?
Uh-huh.
Well, I made a figure 8 and got 2 more tickets.
That's the last straw. Rochester, you go right back and tell that policeman who you are. Tell him you're working for Jack Benny, the movie star.
I told him that and he threw his book at me.
Now go sit in the car and wait for me.
Okay.
I gets into more trouble. Let's see what else is there to eat here.
Hey, buddy, what you got for dessert?
Here it is right here. Jell-O.
Oh, yeah, that has them 6 delicious flavors. The strawberry with a raspberry, with a cherry, with a orange.
With the lemon, with the lime. That's it. That's very tempting.
You don't have to tell me. My mother makes it all the time.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. Say, Mary, this is sort of a picnic here, isn't it?
Oh, hello, Miss Martin.
Hello, Frank. Is Mr. LeBaron busy?
Yes, but I'll tell him you're here. Pause.
Say, Jack, get a load of that cute kid that just came in.
Huh? Hey, that's Mary Martin, the leading lady in my picture. Darn this 3-decker sandwich, I can't see a thing over it. Gosh, isn't she pretty?
Oh, every girl is pretty to you.
Now, Mary, don't be catty. Hello, Miss Martin.
Oh, hello, Jack, dear. How are you?
Gee, it's good to see you again, darling.
Dear darling, you actors make me sick.
Now, stop. Mary, this is Mary Martin.
Hello, honey. How long have you been a blonde?
Mary!
Well, Mary Livingston and Mary Martin. We both have the same first name, haven't we? What do you want me to do, change mine to Butch?
Mary, behave yourself.
My heart belongs to Daddy. I'm sick of that, too.
Now, cut that out. You know, Miss Martin, Mary is always jealous of my leading ladies, you know.
I can't understand why. Our relationship has been strictly business.
Well, it might have been with you, but some of those love scenes we did in the picture were a bit on the torrid side. I'll bet you won't forget my kisses for a long time. Eh, Miss Martin?
Loud, weren't they?
Oh, now, Miss Martin.
All of a sudden, I like her.
Mary, please.
Hey, buddy, who's the dame?
Oh, pardon me, Ernest. Miss Martin, this is Mr. Hemingway.
I'm very glad to know you.
Oh, boy, if you only meant that.
Ernest! Say, Miss Martin, you know, I'm the new dog catcher in Beverly Hills. I was elected last week.
Well, congratulations. I can't wait till I get home and tell Rover.
Rover better have a license. I don't play favorites, you know.
Mr. LeBaron, I'll see you now, Miss Martin.
Oh, thank you. Well, I've got to go in now, Jack, and sing one of the numbers from our picture for Mr. LeBaron. He hasn't heard it yet.
Oh. Well, say, I'll go in with you. I got to see Mr. LeBaron anyway.
Just a moment, Mr. Benny. He wants you to wait until Miss Martin is through.
Well, now, wait a minute. She sings that song to me in the picture. There's no reason why I can't go in with her.
Oh, Jack, sit down.
I won't sit down.
This way, Miss Martin.
So long, Jack. See you later.
Goodbye. Goodbye, dear. Now, listen, Nelson. This whole thing is your fault. I bet you didn't even tell Mr. LeBaron I was waiting.
Oh, go chase a dog.
That's only in Beverly Hills. Well, that's just it. I wait around all day and I can't see Sandra. And now it's LeBaron. Well, I'm going over to see Mr. Freeman, the head of the studio. That's why I'm going to see Mr. Freeman. Come on, Mary.
All right, all right.
Wait a minute, buddy. I'll go with you.
It's the most embarrassing thing I ever heard of. I'll tell Mr. Freeman about it.
Calm is the night, the wind is asleep, a drowsy old moon motes above. Suddenly comes a jolt, crash goes a thunderbolt, isn't that just like love? straight as your path, and firm as your step, and then at the drop of a glove, where it's south, which is north, bang, it's July the 4th. Isn't that just like love? Isn't it odd to walk up to a dream and say, don't I know you? Isn't it weird to hear miracles talk and say, well, how do you do? Clear as your mind and strong as your will, a mountain is tempered to stone. Then the ground falls apart, boom goes your apple cart. Isn't that just like love? Isn't it odd to walk up to a dream and say, don't I know you? Isn't it weird to hear miracles talk and say, well, how do you do? Clear as your mind and strong as your will, a mountain is tempered to stone. Then the ground falls apart, boom goes your apple cart. Isn't that just like love?
Right on.
Yes, it's about the premiere. All right, I'll tell him.
Well, Miss Brecker, how long will I have to wait?
Just a few minutes. Sit down, kid.
Thanks. You know, Mary, I won't have any trouble getting in to see Mr. Freeman. He's a Southern gentleman.
Why don't you stick some mint in your ear and go in as a julep?
Oh, don't be funny.
Say, buddy, you want a little snort while we're waiting?
Oinus, put that bottle away. Here, give it to me. I'll throw it out the window.
Don't do that. You'll blow the joint up.
Oh, my goodness. What is that stuff, anyway?
Hello, Miss Brecker. Here's that film Mr. Freeman wanted.
Thank you.
Oh, Mary, there's the cameraman that photographs me most of my pictures. Hello, Teddy. What's the matter with that guy? He always does that when he sees me. Say, Miss Brecker, I don't want to seem impatient, but I really got to get out of here. Will you please check with Mr. Freeman again?
Very well. Oh, Mr. Freeman, that northerner is still here.
Northerner? Well, Keegan is just over the line. What's the matter with her?
Yes, Mr. Freeman, I'll tell him.
Well?
Mr. Freeman said he'd be with you in a few minutes.
A few minutes. Don't you start pulling that stuff.
Well, don't you get tough with me. I'm big enough to throw you right out of here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right. I wish you'd turn around. I'd like to run a home movie on your back. Well, that's all I can do now is sit here and wait.
Hey, Ernest.
What?
What do you have to see Mr. Freeman about?
It's that love story I wrote. I want to try and sell it.
Oh.
Did you like it, Toots?
Yeah, it was swell. Jack, what are you doing with that electric razor?
I'm shaving. What do you think I'm doing?
Mr. Benny, there'll be no shaving in this building.
Oh, no? Well, my whiskers grew in this building, and I'm going to whack them off here. Now, let me alone.
Put that razor away or I'll throw you out.
Oh, all right. You think I was using up $1,000 worth of electricity?
Oh, hello, Colonel Beaumont.
Hello, honey child. I wonder if I could see Mr. Freeman.
You sure can. Go right in, Colonel.
Thank you, ma'am.
So that's the way. Say, honey child, I'm Papa asked to see Miss Freeman myself.
Shut up!
Well, the Colonel got in that way. I wish there was something Southern about me. I got to see Freeman.
Why don't you show your Confederate money?
I gave it all to Dennis the first year he worked for me. Now, look, Miss Brecker, I'm going to wait just 5 more...
Hello, Miss Brecker.
Go right in, Mr. Wells.
Mr. Wells, he sells Christmas cards.
Well, it's almost Christmas, isn't it?
You're darn right it is, and I don't want to hang up my stocking here. Now, this has gone just far enough.
What are you talking
about?
I'll tell you what I'm talking about. I don't mind waiting in Mr. Sandwich's office for 3 hours, and I don't mind getting the runaround from Mr. LeBaron. But when a salesman can walk in here and see the head of the studio without any appointment...
Can I speak to you a minute, boss?
I'll see you later, Rochester. While I've been sitting here...
You know those 3 tickets I got?
While I've been sitting here...
Well, one more ain't gonna kill us, is it?
What?
See you later, boss.
Now, listen here, Miss Brecker. I'm a pretty big star, whether you know it or not. And I won't stand being kicked around. I had to eat my lunch here. I even had a shave here.
Your bath is ready, Jack.
Now, cut that out. Miss Brecker, I'll give you just 2 seconds to press that buzzer and call Mr. Freeman.
Here comes the hill again.
Who cares? Now, that's final, Miss Brecker. Do I get in there or not? Oh, my goodness, what's that for?
They play gypsy every time they pass Mr. Freeman's window.
Oh, nuts, I'm going home. Come on, Mary.
Okay.
I'll go with you, buddy.
Come on, Oinus, I'm going over to see Barney Dean.
Barney Dean, who's he?
Only the janitor, but he'll speak to me. Come on.
Around the football stadiums these crisp autumn afternoons...
Hey, Mary, you know what?
What?
I should have asked Mary Martin to take my side about the premiere being held in Waukegan.
Well, what good would that do?
What good would it do? Can't you see there'd be 2 of us for Waukegan, and Alan wouldn't stand a chance. Gee, I wonder where I can find her.
Well, she's on the Maxwell House program Thursday night. Why don't you go over there and speak to her?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll do that.
I'll go with you, buddy.
Thanks, Oinus. Good night, folks.
Ladies and gentlemen, today more than ever, America needs the Red Cross. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Meet the People. In the news... Meet the People, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as is customary every Sunday night...
Wait a minute, Don. Wait a minute. Hold everything. This introduction is on me. All right, boys, let's have it. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present the bridegroom of the Jell-O program, John Wilson. Yes, sir. Well, there you are, Don. There's our little send-off for you. And we all wish you and the bride a lot of success and happiness.
Well, thank you, Jack. Thanks very much.
Why, Don, you're blushing.
I am Don.
You are, too. Look at them, folks. 300 pounds of love. Tell me, Don, where did you spend your honeymoon?
We went down to Coronado Beach for 3 days.
Oh, Coronado's an ideal place for a honeymoon. A beautiful hotel, gorgeous scenery, and a lovely swimming pool.
Yes, that terrible thing happened, Jack.
What?
We forgot to take our bathing suits.
Oh, that was a shame. A fine honeymoon with no swimming. But I'll tell you one thing, Don.
Hello, Don. Congratulations to the bridegroom.
Well, thanks, Mary.
Isn't that wonderful, Mary? Just think. Little Cupid shot his arrow and hit our own Donzie.
Well, if Cupid couldn't hit Wilson, he ought to go out of business.
Mary, be sentimental, will you? Say, by the way, Don, did you get the wedding present I sent you? I hope you liked it.
Oh, it's beautiful, Jack. Thanks. I haven't seen any of those in a long time.
Well, it was no easy job getting it. I had to shop all over.
What did he give you, Don?
A lovely bowl of wax fruit.
Yes, sir. You know, Don, I was going to send you some silverware, but You know how it is. Everybody sends silverware.
Everybody but Benny. He sends wax fruit.
I knew what I was doing, Mary. You know, newlyweds always get more silver than they can use.
Well, not in our case, Jack. As a matter of fact, we didn't get any silver at all.
Oh, Don, I wish I had known that.
Yeah, you could have sent him a lock of your hair.
All right, Mary, how was I to know?
I never saw anybody like you, Jack. You always give the oldest, corniest presents.
Is that so?
Last year on my birthday, you sent me a bustle.
But it was full of chocolate. Don't forget that. Supposed to be a novelty. Spent $1.50 a pound for that bustle, and she's complaining. Anyway, Don.
Well, what good is candy after you sit on it?
You weren't supposed to sit on it. Anyway, Don.
Hard centers yet.
Now, Mary, forget it. Anyway, Don liked the wedding gift I sent him. He said it was lovely.
Sure was, Jack. But I meant to tell you something about that bowl of fruit.
Oh, is there something wrong with it?
Yes, one of the bananas doesn't light up.
It doesn't?
No.
Well, take it back, brother. Take it back. I bought it at Magnan's, and it's guaranteed.
Magnan's?
Yes, Sam Magnan's. He's got an antique shop in Pismo Beach. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Well, hello, Don. Congratulations.
Well, thanks, Phil.
So you went and done it, eh, Don, you lucky son of a gun?
Yes, sir, and I'm very happy.
Oh, I envy you, kid. That's the life, believe me.
What?
You know, Jackson, a guy gets pretty tired of running around night after night. No sleep, no home life. What does it get you?
Is he kidding?
No, on the level, fellas. I'd like to move away from the city and buy a little ranch out in the valley.
Well, why don't you?
That fresh air would kill me.
I believe you. Phil, you're a fine guy to talk about settling down. The hours you keep.
Well, I can't help it, Jackson. I work at the Wilshire Bowl every night until 1 o'clock, don't I?
Well?
By the time I get a cup of coffee, it's 4 a.m.
4 a.m.? Phil, why don't you try having a cup of coffee just once without taking the waitress home? Just once.
Well, you know me. I gotta have sugar with my coffee. Do you get it, Jackson?
No, Phil. I'm not as sharp as I used to be.
Well, don't you get it? The waitress is sweet, so
Go on, you corny Joe. All right, can you imagine a guy pulling one like that and then trying to explain it?
You think that's bad? You should have heard the gag he pulled at the bowl the other night.
What was it?
Well, Phil was announcing a song, so he said, "And now, ladies and gentlemen, our next number is all about the manicurist who married the millionaire."
What was the title of it?
"I'll Never File Again."
Holy mackerel! You know, Phil, if you keep your mouth shut at the Wilshire Bowl, they could put a cover charge on. Believe me. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Gee, what I know about John Wilson.
What?
I saw him at the Coronado Hotel last week, and he wasn't alone.
That was his wife.
Oh.
For your information, Dennis, he got married.
Congratulations, Mr. Wilson.
Well, thank you, Dennis.
You know, that marriage business might be all right for a guy like you, but none of that stuff for me.
Listen, young man, it wouldn't hurt you to meet some nice little home girl and settle down.
Nothing doing. I wouldn't give up Hetty Lamar for anything in the world.
Hetty Lamar? Why, she doesn't even know you're alive.
I can wait.
Well, Dennis, while you're waiting, how about singing your song right now?
Okay. I'm going to sing Two Dreams Met, and I dedicate it to Mr. and Mrs. John Wilson and Hetty Lamar.
All right. Go ahead. Hold it. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I shot an arrow into the air and hit John Wilson. You know where.
Well, who are you?
I am Cupid with no clothes on. And now I'll run. I'm nearly froze on.
Well, that's the most stupid Cupid I've seen in years. Sing, Dennis. Very good. That was Two Dreams Met, sung by Dennis Day, and very good. You know, Dennis, there have been a lot of dream songs lately.
Yeah, lately.
Two dreams met, Dream Valley. Now I lay me down to dream of you. That seems to be the vogue right now.
Yeah, the vogue.
Dennis. And they're all good, too. That's the funny part of it.
Talking about dream songs, Jackson, I just wrote a Lulu.
It's going to be published in a couple of weeks. What's the name of your song, Phil? Eskimo Dream Girl, Don't Blubber Over Me. Oh, well, that's a beautiful thought. Don't blubber over me. What's it about? Is it a ballad?
Well, it's a sort of a torch song. It's about an American guy that goes up to Alaska and he meets this Eskimo girl.
Uh-huh.
But she can't speak Eskimo, so the
Eskimo? First place, it's but he can't speak Eskimo. What's that?
Well,
that's the language. You don't speak it.
That's
oh, well. Not even you can't read your own line, but you don't know what page it's on. Well, Phil, what's the outcome of this fascinating saga of the North?
Well, the guy drives away with his dog team, and the girl stands there waving her igloo at him.
Phil, an igloo is a house made of ice.
Oh, well, I better rewrite that part.
Yeah. Learn how to read, too.
Reading's not going to help this any.
Huh?
Say, Mary, how about you and me singing it some night? You can be my Eskimo girl.
I'd rather be the dog team.
You got something there.
Speaking of Alaska, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you about Jell-O.
What?
Whether you live in Sitka, Juneau, or Ketchikan, why don't you run down to your neighborhood grocer and catch a box of tempting, delicious Jell-O?
Catch a box? Why not?
For Juneau and I know that it's twice as good as ever before.
I wonder how he's going to work Sitka in there.
So look for the big red letters on the box. I will now sit you down.
Well, I'll be darned he did it. Don, only the fact that you got married last week excuses that surrealist plug. And now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I would like to announce Dennis. What do you got your hand up in the air for?
I want to ask a question.
Oh. Well, in the first place, this isn't a schoolroom. And in the second place, when you want to ask a question, you raise all fingers, not just one. Now, what's the question?
Well, my mother wants to know if we're going to be in Waukegan for the Christmas holidays.
No, Dennis, we're not going to Waukegan. As a matter of fact, fellas, the premiere of my picture is going to be held in New York City.
New York City?
Yes. Alan wanted it in Old Orchard, Maine, and I wanted it in Waukegan, so I figured New York would be a fair compromise.
What do you mean, a fair compromise?
I mean, just what I say.
What are you talking about? Old Orchard, Maine is much closer to New York than Waukegan is.
It is not.
It is, too.
Would you like to make a little bet on that? About $50?
You're darn right I would.
Well, go find a sucker. Don't bother me. I guess that'll hold you, brother.
Oh, boy, are you a welcher?
I'm not a welcher. But I don't believe in gambling when there are minors present.
Dennis is over 21.
I mean coal miners. There are 3 boys in Phil's band from Scranton. The trombone section with the candle in their derby. Now, let's forget it. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Oh, pardon me, Jack.
Yes, Don?
Would you mind terribly if I ran along? I promised the little woman that I'd get home early tonight.
No. Go right ahead, Don, but I was going to buy you a bottle of champagne across the street at the Tropics right after the show. You know, I think a celebration is in order.
Oh, say, I've got a great idea. Why don't you and the gang come over to the house? I want you all to meet my wife.
Tonight? Oh, Don, that would be an imposition. 5 of us barging in without any notice or anything.
Oh, it's no imposition at all. Peggy'd love to have you.
But, Don, don't you think you ought to call your wife up and let her know we're coming? You know, barging in like this with a whole gang of people.
No, Jack, the little woman won't mind. Really, she's a peach.
Well, all right. Come on, fellas, let's go. Wait a minute. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, I haven't got time to talk to you now. We're on our way to the valley.
Well, I heard you say you were going to New York for the premiere. Does that include your loyal, devoted, and I got my clothes packed already, butler?
Yes, but I don't know why I'm taking you. The last time we were in New York, I didn't see you for 2 weeks.
You didn't look in the right places.
I'm not supposed to look for you. You're working for me, remember?
Yes, sir.
Imagine taxes already. I never saw anybody so anxious to leave.
Boss, I can't wait till I get to New York. You know, the last time we were there, I only got halfway through the Metropolitan Museum. And the view from the Statue of Liberty. Why, of course, I could just stand there for hours, lost in meditation. And you know that library on Fifth Avenue?
Yes.
Well, that offers endless cultural opportunities of which one must imbibe freely.
I see. Then from what I understand, Rochester, you're only interested in the cultural side of New York.
Up to dust, then strap me down.
I thought so. I know you look like a book. Now listen, Rochester. I have to prepare for the trip east, so I want you to send my heavy overcoat to the cleaners.
Oh, yes, the one with the green velvet collar.
That's black velvet.
Have you seen it lately?
Never mind. Just send it to the cleaners.
Okay. Oh, say, boss.
What?
I think you ought to give up that job as dog catcher at Beverly Hills.
Why?
You know those two Great Danes you captured yesterday?
Yes?
Well, Mr. Darrell Zanuck was just here and says one of them is his polo pony.
Which one?
The one that whinnies.
Well, all right, give it to him. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Say, boss, I don't think the other one's a Great Dane either.
It is true.
Okay, I'll take the saddle off. So long.
That's the last time I'll go out chasing dogs without my glasses. Well, come on, fellas, let's go.
I got the cab waiting, Jack.
That's swell, but I still think you ought to call up your wife.
Oh, Don knows what he's doing.
All right, let's go then. John, I'm still worried. Are you sure your wife won't mind?
No, she'll be delighted to have you.
Am I heavy on your lap, Miss Livingston?
Yeah. Phil, why don't you hold Dennis for a while?
I just had my pants pressed. Put them on the floor.
Phil.
Well, here we are. Driver, pull up at that little white cottage there.
Okay.
Well, this is it, fellas. How much is that, driver?
$2.35.
Here you are.
Wait a minute, Don. Wait a minute. This is on me.
Oh, no, I want to pay it.
Gee, you got a cute house there, Don. Yes, sir.
Nothing doing, Dennis. I want to pay the fare.
Oh, Mr. Harris, let me pay it.
Next time, Dennis. This is my tree.
No, I insist on paying.
Got rose bushes around the door and everything. Oh, it's beautiful, you know.
Oh, Jack, pay for the cab and let's go in.
Pay for it? I'm not even in the argument. Oh, all right. How much did you say that was, driver?
$2.35.
Here's $2.50. Keep the change.
Oh, goody. Now my wife can have another baby.
Wise guy. Well, let's go in, Don.
You know, Jack, I was just thinking that maybe I should have called up my wife first.
What?
Well, with 5 people barging in unexpectedly, it might kind of upset her.
That's what I told you at the studio. I told you to call up your wife.
Come on, Don. Don't be afraid. Let's go in.
Oh, it's not that I'm afraid, Phil.
I can understand Don's side of it, all of us barging in like this.
Barging, smarging. I said that at the studio. I said, let's call the little woman up. Call her up, I said.
Quiet, will you? I'll tell you what, fellas. You all hide in the rose bushes, and I'll go in and tell Peggy that some of the gang might drop in unexpectedly. That'll kind of soften the blow.
What blow? I told you at the studio.
Oh, come on, Jackson. Let's do it his way.
All right. Come on, we'll hide in the rose bushes. Ouch, she's torn. Make it snappy, Don. Silliest thing I've ever heard of.
Oh, be quiet and get off my foot.
Oh, hello, sweetheart.
Well, darling, you're home early.
I told you I would be. Gee, I'm hungry, dear. You got something good for supper?
Well, I'm sorry, darling. I didn't have a chance to do any shopping, so I'll just open a can of tuna fish.
Oh, that's swell, dearest.
Then 2.5 already. I'm going to get tuna fish.
What are you worrying about? You're not even in yet.
Thing that burns me up, I'm the guy that told him to call her up.
Hey, Jackson, have you got a cigarette?
What?
I say, have you got a cigarette?
No, here's a cigar.
Thanks. Oh, boy, Corona.
Don't let the label fool you.
Very funny. I wonder if Don's going to be... Hey, Dennis, stop eating those roses.
Well, I'm hungry.
So am I, but I'm going to wait. How are they?
They need salt.
No stop. Hey, quiet, fellas. The porch light just went out.
Hey, fellas, are you still there?
Yeah.
Well, I just told Peggy that I saw Phil and Mary pulling up in the car, so you two better come on in first.
What about me?
You weren't in the car.
Well, for Pete's sake, I could be. You made the whole thing up. Let's all go in.
No, you can't do that. Mary and Phil come first.
Okay.
See you later, Jack.
The darnest mess I ever got into.
Yeah.
I told him at the studio, Call her up, Don. Call up your wife. That's all. Call up the little woman. But no. He has to be a wife, Don. And on top of that, it looks like it's going to rain.
It'll be wonderful for the roses.
Not for the roses. If I get pneumonia once more, I'm a goner.
Yeah.
Roses. Wouldn't mind waiting out here, but the worst of it is I got to talk to you.
What do we talk about?
Nothing. Just be quiet and eat your roses. Getting chilly, too. Here comes Don again.
Hey, Dennis, come on in.
Dennis?
Yeah, I told my wife I just saw him riding up on his bicycle.
Well, as long as you're dreaming things up, why didn't you see me on the handlebar? Use your bean.
Don't worry, Jack. You're next. Well, look who's here, darling. Dennis Day.
Look who's here, darling. Dennis Day. I ought to have my head again. I can't get over it. If I told him once, I told him 5 times. Call your wife. Let's not barge in on the little woman. Oh, fine. It's going to rain, all right. Can't get over that. I begged. I pleaded. Don, I said, call her. Don't barge in on the little woman. Call her up. Let her know we're coming. Never saw anything. I knew it. Well, here it comes. I'm going to get soaked. Oh, the heck with Wilson. I'm going to walk right in that house, ready or not. If he thinks I'm going to say...
Pick him up, buddy.
Huh?
You heard me. Pick him up.
Pick him up? Are you a burglar?
I ain't Santa Claus.
Now, look, mister.
Come on. Where do you carry it, though?
In my right shoe. But look, mister, I was invited to a party in this house. I'm not even supposed to be out
Get
here.
that shoe off.
It's raining. I'll get my foot wet. Now, please.
Hey, Jack! Oh, Jack!
I'm...
Pick your mouth shut or I'll kill you.
But he's calling me. Can't you hear?
Jack! Jack, where are you? Not a peep out of you, buddy.
There's nobody out there, darling. You must have been mistaken.
Oh, I guess I was, dear.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, buddy. Off with that shoe.
Now, listen, mister. If I take the shoe off, I'll never get it back on again. I haven't got my button hook with me. Now, please, go away.
Come on, give me your dough.
But listen, buddy, this isn't fair. I wouldn't have been here at all if Don Wilson had taken my advice.
What are you talking about?
I'm not kidding you, buddy. If I told him once, I told him 1,000 times. Call up your wife, son. 5 people barging in on the little woman. It's an imposition. Why would he listen to me? No. He had to be a wise guy. A smart ass. He wouldn't listen.
Friends, one of the easiest ways to do away with mealtime monotony is to serve a wide variety of desserts. But finding new and different treats for the family is no small task. And so that's why every Sunday we try to bring you some new dessert suggestions. This week's specialty is a swell, eye-filling, taste-teasing dessert that looks like $1 million, and yet is simple to make as can be. Just make up 1 package of strawberry Jell-O and make Jell-O its new, distinctive goodness. Enjoy it tomorrow by serving this gay, creamy combination.
Darn it. I got all my dough. I can't get my shoe back on. Oh, well.
Pardon me. Does Don Wilson live in this house?
He's married, Cupid. You got him one.
Why don't I write things down?
Good night, folks.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris.
This is Phil, and now here's a word from RCA Victor.
For value, for performance, for quality. Remember this name, the RCA Victor Regency. Remember the Regency for the finest television you could ever buy, and at a cost so low it will amaze you. Yes, it will pay you to remember the Regency. Because the Regency brings you big screen, 17-inch television with all the performance and quality that has made RCA Victor television million-proof, proven in more than 2 million homes. Clear pictures, steady pictures, the best possible reception anywhere make the Regency RCA Victor's greatest console television set. And the console cabinet is beautiful, a fine furniture piece, a magnificent example of expert RCA Victor craftsmanship. You'll be proud to have it in your home. So stop in at your RCA Victor dealers. Ask for it by name. Yes, remember the Regency, the console television that gives you more for your money. Better write that name down now. The RCA Victor Regency. Today is the last program that Phil and Alice will do this season. They'll be back on the air next fall, but last Friday things appeared a little dubious. Faced with the problem of whether or not to rehire them for next season, Mr. Scott had called a meeting of the Board of Directors of RCA. Let's look in at that meeting.
Gentlemen, we are gathered here today to make a momentous decision. Shall we rehire Phil Harris for next season, or replace him with Cecil the C6 Sea Serpent? I think our choice is rather obvious.
You mean we shouldn't renew Harris for next year?
Oh, I didn't say that. It's not entirely up to me, and I'm not going to try to influence you gentlemen. We'll take a fair vote. Now then, all those in favor of firing Harris say yes, and all those in favor of signing him for another year, keep your big fat mouth shut. I vote for dropping him.
I vote for dropping him, too.
I vote for keeping him.
Hemingway, one more stupid remark like that, and none of your relatives will get television sets wholesale anymore. Well, that's 2-1 in favor of dropping Harris. We have one more vote. How do you vote, Mr. Jellison? Jellison, I'm talking to you. Wake up. Did you hear what I said? Jellison!
Huh? Oh, yes, dear. Oh, you're always right, Poopsie. Kiss me.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot where I was. I thought you were my wife.
Do I look like your wife?
Yes. You sound like her, too. She's always yapping like you. Yatta-yatta.
All right. This is a business meeting. We're discussing an important issue, and yours is the deciding vote. What do you think?
Well, I wasn't listening. But whatever you say is okay with me, Mr. Scott. Because I'm with you.
Well, that makes it 3-1. Then it's agreed that we will drop the program for next year.
Oh, is that what we're voting on? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Scott, but I think the stars of our program are excellent, and nobody's going to get me to vote against Jake and Molly Goldberg.
Oh, never mind. It seems we can't reach a decision here, so we'll just have to leave it up to our stockholders. They're having a meeting this afternoon, and we'll let them decide. Meeting adjourned.
But Alice, why don't you want to take this job for the summer? We got to make a buck somehow during our layoff. Besides, Frankie went out of his way to get this job for us.
I don't care. I refuse to be the bearded lady in the circus. I'm not going to appear in a sideshow.
All right. You don't have to be in the sideshow. Just do the double act with me in the circus.
Well, just what is the act?
Oh, it's an easy act. You be sensational in it. You make your entrance in shimmering sequin tights, with your long blonde hair falling in waves over your soft white shoulders. The audience goes wild with applause.
Oh, then what?
Then you climb into the cannon and I light the fuse.
You mean you're going to shoot me out of a cannon?
Well, why not? It's a great job. They'll pay you $100 a week and 2 cents a mile. Oh, Alice, won't you reconsider?
Alice, don't let him talk you into it. As your brother and business manager, I refuse to let you do it.
Now, don't worry, Willie. I won't.
You hold out for 4 cents a mile.
Daddy, if Mommy doesn't want to be shot out of a cannon, can I have the job? I'd like to have it, too.
Don't be silly. You're just a couple of kids and you couldn't possibly... Why not? With 2 of them doing it, we'd get $200 and 8 cents a mile. And they're lighter than Alice, and they can travel further, and they...
Bill!
Don't cotton to it, huh?
If I were you, Philip, I wouldn't worry about the summer. I'd concentrate on looking for a new radio job for fall.
Wait a minute. What do you mean about a new job? RCA is sure to renew me, and if they're silly enough to let me go, I ain't worried. I can always make a good living as a singer.
Whose voice are you going to use?
I never know until I get started. Might be Mario Lanza. It may be Ezio Pinza. In fact, I feel a little Dorothy Kirshenish right now. My introduction, please, Wingy. Possibilities, possibilities. We're living in a world that's full of possibilities. Ain't no miracle too impossible for anyone who sees the possibilities. If you recall your history, then you will find that all our famous men turned out to be the kind of men who never stopped to look behind. They looked ahead to see what they could see, and they saw possibilities, possibilities. They never overlooked a single possibility. Proven naturally, opportunity is for the one who sees the possibilities. If you recall and try to solve a phenomenon, the skeptics say it's just a dream, I know. But after you're a hero and the job is done, then you can tell them all I told you so. Yes, there are possibilities, possibilities. If you will only make the most of your facilities, folks will idolize, even eulogize the little guy that sees the possibilities. When Christopher Columbus proved the world was round, he called Queen Isabel on his return. She said, now tell me, Chris, about this place you found. He said, well, Belle, as far as I'm concerned, it's sure got possibilities, possibilities. I tell you, Queen, I've never seen such possibilities. And I really feel we should make a deal before somebody sees its possibilities. When little Abe was growing up in Illinois, to be a big success was his intent. He studied so much harder than the other boys, till one day he became our president. He saw the possibilities. He never overlooked a single possibility. Proven naturally, opportunity is for the one who sees the possibilities. I guess by now there ain't no doubt about the point I'm bringing out. So if you'll open up your eyes, you are bound to recognize the possibilities. We're living in a world that's full of possibilities. Ain't no miracle too impossible for anyone that sees the possibilities. There you are. Now that you heard my voice, what do you think?
How much does that cannon job pay again?
Ah, so you don't like my voice, huh? First you refused to grow a beard for me, and now you can't stand my voice.
Oh, Phil,
Alice, what's happening to us? We seem to be drifting apart. We're always at logger's heads. We don't seem to get along together anymore. Could it be that we're becoming incombustible?
Honey, will you stop it? We're as combustible as we ever were.
Honey, the word's compatible. Gee whiz. I told Remley to look for a real good job for us, and I know the guy will come up with something because... Wait a minute. Come in. Hey, just talking about you. Hiya, Frank.
Curly, I couldn't wait to get over here. Have I got a job for you, Alice? You'll love it. Have you got a tuxedo?
Tuxedo? What kind of a job did you get me?
You're a shill for a floating crap game.
Remley, what's the matter with you?
You don't like the job?
Well, it's okay for Alice, but what do I do?
Oh, I'm coming to you, Curly. I got you a job in vaudeville. A friend of mine does a comedy animal act, and he's looking for a partner.
You got me a legitimate job? Well, I'll be a horse's neck.
No, that's not the end you play. Of course, after a while, Curly, you might work yourself up.
All right, never mind. You can have the job.
I don't need it. In fact, I'm never going to have to work again. I have found a way out.
How?
By using my guitar.
What are you going to do, sharpen it and stab yourself?
No. I sold my guitar, took my life savings, and bought stock in RCA Victor at $19 a share.
Frankie, you put your whole life savings into it? How many shares did you buy?
1. Now I won't have to take any orders from Mr. Scott anymore. From now on, he'll be taking orders from me.
How so?
I'll give you a for instance how so. Scotty works for RCA Victor, and RCA Victor is owned by its stockholders, and as I am now a stockholder, Scotty is working for me.
That shouldn't happen to a dog.
Careful what you say, Alice, or I shall be forced to dispense with your services.
Oh, what makes you think you can fire me?
Quite simple. You work for Scotty, and as I have just pointed out, Scotty works for me. Therefore, that makes me your boss.
Oi, Gewalt. If you think
Quiet, Blondie. Don't talk back to your boss. Come over here and sit on my lap while I dictate a letter.
Frankie, I'm not going to sit on your lap, and I'm not going to...
Don't argue with him. Get up on his lap. Climb up there and behave yourself. We haven't been picked up for next year yet.
You haven't?
No, Scotty was supposed to let us know today, and we're still waiting to hear from him.
Why wait? Let's get down and see him. There are a few things I want to tell this new employee of mine.
Music bridge.
And so, Mr. Scott, as a big stockholder in RCA Victor, I have decided to take an active interest in the operations of the company.
Harris, is this true? Is this schnook really a stockholder? That's right, Mr. Scott.
Yes, in a manner of speaking, you are now working for me, Scotty.
Oh, to think this should happen to me during National Pickle Week. Now look here, Remley. You can't come into my... and tell me... You can't... There's
no way to talk to your employer. Now then, how long have you been with my company, Scotty?
1 year.
What is your position? What do you do to earn your money?
I'm a vice president.
Answer my question. What do you do to earn your money?
Well,
Never mind, you're through. Take your lunch out of the filing cabinet, your socks off the radiator, and get out.
Now, just a moment. Nobody can discharge me without a reason.
Gotta have a reason, huh? Scotty, what time is it?
Oh, look. It's exactly 22 minutes after 11.
Thank you, and you're fired.
What for?
I won't have a clock watcher working for me.
Oh, Frankie, will you please be quiet? Mr. Scott, Phil and I came down to find out about next year.
Yeah, have you and the board of directors decided to renew my contract?
We haven't reached a decision yet, Harris. 2 of the members voted to retain you, and another member and I voted to let you go.
Scott, you mean that you voted to drop me? Why?
I don't know. Just seemed like fun at the time.
To think that you'd do this to me after all I've done for this company.
What have you done?
What have I done? Well, let's face it, Scotty. What is RCA Victor today?
The biggest company of its kind in the world.
Correct. But what was it before I started working for them?
The biggest company of its kind in the world.
Exactly. I didn't hurt it one bit. Not only that, Mr. Scott, if you'll keep me on the air, I guarantee I'll increase your sales. Now, for example, what have you sold this past year?
Millions of radio sets and television sets.
What else?
45 RPM.
That's where I can help you. If you sign me up for next year, I guarantee you'll sell 46 RPM.
Harris, do you know what RPM stand for?
Naturally. They're rippums. And you people make the best rippums in the world.
Harris, some people think that RPM stands for revolutions per minute.
I don't care what them Bolsheviks think. Are you going to keep me or not?
Well, we're going to have to leave it up to the stockholders. They're having a meeting this afternoon. And if they decide to keep the show, we'll keep it.
Oh, the stockholders, huh? In that case, we got nothing to worry about. So long, Scotty, and we'll be with you next year.
Goodbye.
So long, Scotty, and keep your feet off my desk. Oh, one other thing. During the summer, I want you to keep chasing your secretary around the office.
What for?
I want her warmed up when I take over next year.
Come on, Frankie. Phil, what do you mean we have nothing to worry about? What makes you so sure the stockholders will vote to keep him?
Now, wait a minute, honey. I got a plan. All I got to do is to get my friends to buy stock in RCA, then go to the meeting and vote for us.
Well, if we have to depend on your friends, we're out of work.
Are you kidding? My friends love me. All I got to do is ask them, and they'll do anything for me.
Well, then tell them to get me a Bendix washing machine and ironer. Looks like I'm going to take in washing.
Well, don't forget, I don't want any starch in my shirts.
Me either, Alice.
You're not in on that. Now, look, Frankie, I want you to call my friends and tell them to meet us over at my house as soon as possible. Bridge.
Curly, I asked all your friends to come over here. I told them you needed help and they should bring money. And your friends didn't let you down.
Well, I knew they wouldn't. Where are they?
He's in the other room.
Remley, you mean only one guy showed up?
Well, yeah, but this is one person you can really depend on to help you.
Well, who is it? What's his name?
Just call me Julius the Fink.
Oh, no. What's the matter with you, Remley? Asking Julius to help me when I'm in trouble.
What kind of trouble, Mac?
What stupid problem is too much for your bird brain to handle today?
Now, wait a minute. This is serious, kid. I'm in danger of losing my job, and, well, you can help me save it.
Hey, that is serious. But don't worry, Mr. Harris. If there's anything I can do to help you save your job, I want to be the first to tell you that you can count me out.
But, Julius, this time you got to help me. I can't afford to be out of work. I need this job. It's my bread and bourbon. Butter. Now, look, kid, if I lose this job... bread and bourbon. I never tried that. I know it ain't bad with butter, but I don't know. Look, kid, if... bread and bourbon sounds silly. Might be good. Look, kid, if I lose this job, it might result in serious consequences.
Yeah, might even break up your home. I hope.
What do you mean?
Well, if you lose your job, you won't be able to support your family. That means Miss Faye will have to go back to work in pictures. She'll have to make love to them handsome leading men. She'll probably fall in love with one of them and leave you to marry him.
Yeah, that could happen. Tilt! Let's keep this believable.
Yeah. Anyway, after she marries this other guy, you become a derelict. You lose everything. And you just sink lower and lower until you finally end up in the gutter. Gee, what a pitiful sight. Makes me heart sick.
Then you'll help me out?
Oh, you look good in the gutter.
Oh, Julius, you gotta help me save my job. It means everything to me. I can't go on without it, and I'm not...
Stop bawling on my shoulder! You're getting me shirt all mildewed.
Don't plead with him, Curly. We don't need him. I got a share of stock, and I'll vote for
I appreciate that, Frankie. You're very kind, but one share won't be enough. I need more shares.
How many more do you need, Harris?
Keep out of this, Bud. Look, Frankie, I'm not going to have... Grogan! I didn't hear you come in. Gee whiz, but I'm glad to see you here. You know something? You're the only friend who showed up when I called. Gee, you're a real pal. And I'm never going to forget your loyalty.
Gee, Harris, hearing you say sweet things like that, it makes me ashamed of myself. Here's your silverware back.
What are you doing with my silverware?
I was robbing the house. Of course, I didn't know that it was yours until I heard your voice. Come on, take your silverware.
Oh, Grogan, why do you do things like this? You're really a wonderful person.
Here's your watch.
Grogan, you stole the watch that Frankie gave me. The one with the built-in corkscrew. Oh, Grogan, you're too nice a guy.
Here's your kid's piggy bank.
I know that you're not the kind of a chap who...
Stop already, or I won't make a nickel on this job.
Gee whiz, only the other day I was talking to my wife about you, wasn't I, Alice? Alice, where did she... Grogan.
All right, I'll go out to my car and let her out of the trunk rack.
Grogan, you didn't really...
Well, calm yourself, kid. I was only kidding. There's nothing in my trunk rack except an old policeman, that's all. What were you saying before about you calling me? What was this for?
Curly needs your help, Grogan.
Oh.
He needs some stockholders to vote to keep him on the air next year.
We want you to go out and buy some shares of RCA stock.
Oh, well, is that all that you want, Harris? Be glad to help you out. How many shares you want me to get?
Oh, just a few, but look, be at the stockholders meeting this afternoon. Will you, Grove?
Yeah, okay, I'll be there.
Yeah, don't worry, Curly. You can depend on my vote.
Ladies and gentlemen, attention, please. Quiet, please. Hold it. Just that. Thank you. You stockholders have just voted on whether or not to retain Phil Harris for next year, and the vote has been tabulated.
Well, tell me, Scotty, did I do all right? Did I?
No. No, but it was close. 300-1 against you.
Well, didn't I even get a call when they left the gate? Gee whiz, Wormley. Looks like I'm dead. 300-1. Gee, pal. Only one person voted for me.
I wonder who it was.
Oh, you deserted me too, huh? Looks like everybody has. Alice isn't here, and Grogan didn't show up, and
Here
everything.
I am, Harris, and I got the stock.
Grogan. Oh, thank goodness. How much stock have you got?
I got a truckload outside.
A whole truckload of stock? Well, don't stand there. Back it in here.
I can't. The stock's got to stand out in the fresh air a little longer.
I'm looking for my page, and I'll have it with you, and I'll be with you. I've got enough script for the big show. I'll take a hot stove right now. Oh, give me that line again, will you, Grogan?
Like I was saying a moment ago, I can't bring the stock in now because it's got to stand out in the fresh air a little longer.
Why?
I now say because the ink ain't dry yet.
Wait a minute, Grogan. I don't want any counterfeit stock.
Now, why not? You can't tell this from the real thing. Here, just look at this sample.
Well, I ain't gonna pass no. Looks good.
Yeah, sure it does. Hey, Mr. Scott, as a stockholder, I want to cast my votes for Harris.
How many shares do you have?
2.5 tons.
You have... Let me see that stock certificate. Give it to me.
Now, careful how you handle that. You'll smudge the signature.
Just as I suspected. This is counterfeit.
Oh, that ain't fair. You peaked.
Harris, this stock will not be allowed in the vote. Well, I guess that makes it official. Mr. Harris, it's my pleasure to inform you that you are no longer
Now, just a moment, Mr. Scott. I haven't voted yet. And I vote in favor of keeping Mr. Harris.
Do you own stock in RCA, Mrs. Harris?
Yes, I just went out and bought a few shares.
How many shares?
The controlling interest.
She must have hijacked a bigger truck.
Oh, honey, you're wonderful. I knew that someday I'd get some benefit out of your money.
Well, I guess that settles it. Miss Faye has the controlling interest, and next year it looks as if we'll be stuck with Harris for the RCA company.
Correction. From now on, it'll be known as the R.C. Faye Company.
That's telling them, honey. Well, Scotty. Scott, old boy, it looks like I'll still be starring on the program.
Another correction. From now on, the billing will read, the R.C. Faye Company presents the Alice Faye Show, starring Alice Faye and friends.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. It's free, yours for the asking. RCA Victor's magnificent new record catalog of the music America loves best. Over 800 titles of the music you want, when you want it, are listed in this one great record catalog. It's a must for all you music lovers. Just stop in at your nearest RCA Victor dealers and pick up your free copy of the Music America Loves Best catalog. RCA Victor now makes record buying easier and more fun than ever by listing the world's greatest recorded music between the covers of a single catalog. Over 800 titles, music classical or popular from Tchaikovsky to Teagarden, and the Music America Loves Best catalog makes fascinating reading. Look through it and mark down the selections you want. You'll find an incomparable treasure trove of musical enjoyment awaiting you at RCA Victor record dealers everywhere. Get your free copy of the RCA Victor record catalog of the music America loves best at your RCA Victor dealers right away.
This is Phil again. Folks, this is our last show for this season, but we'll be back this fall on your NBC station. Alice and I want to say thanks for listening, and our thanks also to RCA Victor, to our writers, our producer, and our cast, and the many people behind the scenes who do so much to help. Watch for us in the fall, and have a nice summer.
Good night, everybody.
Stay tuned for Tales of the Texas Rangers next on NBC.
So do I.
How about you?
Yes, it's the new Swan Show with our great singing star, Doris Day.
Well, I Swan.
A new singing favorite, Bill Farrow.
That's me.
Our guests, Jack Benny, Irene Ryan, the Four Hits and a Miss, the new Les Brown Band.
We use Swan exclusively. How about you?
Yes, how about you?
Who, me? My name is Robert Hopalong Hope.
And now, Bob Hope's Swan's Eye View of the News. Princeton, New Jersey. Hurried conferences and frantic alibis were the order of the day here as the nation's poll takers sought to explain their disastrous error in predicting the results of last week's election.
Dr. Gallup was amazed at the outcome, but he wouldn't admit he was wrong. Last night he was still peeking into the White House window and singing, "Maybe You'll Be There." He was really unhappy. When he saw the election returns, he exclaimed, "It's the last time I take a house-to-house survey. From now on, I'm going to ask people." I called up Elmer Roper and said, "How can your predictions be so wrong?" He said, "You see, we mathematicians make a prodigious effort to ascertain by statistical and prognostication and political prestidigitation the approximate parallelisms." I said, "What does that mean?" He said, "Where can I get a job?" And last Tuesday night, Drew Pearson said over the radio, "I predict Dewey will be elected by 10:30. At 11 o'clock, he said, "I predict Dewey." At 12, he said, "I predict." The next morning, he said, "Ay.
New York, New York. Phone company executives announced here today that telephones for automobiles were at long last ready and available for Mr. Average Motorist.
I had a phone put in my car last week, but the wires must be crossed. Every time I step on the starter, the spark plugs give a busy signal, and the receiver squirts a quart of hot oil in my ear. But they're a big help to the motorist. If a guy's speeding, he can look in the rear vision mirror, see a cop trailing him, call his lawyer, and the three of them can meet at the next intersection. But think what it'll be like later on when cars have telephones and television, too. A guy's driving along, his wife calls up and says, "Honey, bring home a head of lettuce, some carrots, a cucumber, and get that tomato out of your car."
Washington, D.C. The greatest ovation in the history of the nation's capital greeted President Truman as a crowd of 750,000 cheered his triumphant return to the White House.
Yes, sir, was at a reception. From every window they were throwing confetti and old cabinet members. And the world will long remember President Truman's historic words when he returned to the White House. He said, "It's okay, Bess, you can send the laundry out now." When Harry got back to the White House, he started hanging up his coat. Governor Warren stuck his head out of the closet and said, "I'll be out of your way as soon as I pack up my oranges." The Democrats did so well in that election, they're even coming out with new products named after the president. They got a new thing now called the Harry Truman Popsicle. It's a frozen Republican on a stick. And with the election coming out the way it did, a lot of people had to change their plans. Now Margaret Truman has to go back to the White House, and she had it all set to be the fourth Andrews sister. The three candidates have really changed their tune since the election. Truman's changed from Missouri Waltz to It's Magic. Dewey's humming Say It Isn't So, and Wallace is singing On a Slow Boat to China.
Announcing only 8 more days of the Swan 1949 Mercury contest. Only 8 more days to win a brand new 1949 Mercury automobile. Right now, here are more winners in the Daily Mercury contest. October 19th, Mrs. Don Andrews of Portsmouth, Virginia.
A new 1949 Mercury.
October 20th, Mrs. B.V. Painter of San Diego, California.
A new 1949 Mercury.
October 21st, Mrs. Arlene Brewster of Topeka, Kansas.
A new 1949 Mercury.
October 22nd, duplicate winners, Mr. Fred S. Balsinger of Denver, Colorado, and Mrs. E.P. Williamson of Honolulu.
Each win a new 1949 Mercury.
October 25th, Mrs. Alvin M. David, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
A new 1949 Mercury.
Congratulations, winners, and remember, folks, there are only 8 more days to enter. Lever Brothers is giving away a Mercury a day every day until November 19th.
That's right, a Mercury a day plus $1,000 in cash awards daily. There's a new contest every day except Saturday and Sunday, and you can enter as often as you please.
All residents of the continental United States, including Alaska and Hawaii, are eligible.
Just be sure to follow the complete rules printed on free entry blanks at your store. And be sure to include your storekeeper's name.
Here's all you do. Finish the following statement. I like Swan soap because in 25 words or less. Then send a Swan soap wrapper together with your name and address to Lever's Mercury a Day contest, Post Office Box 3, New York 8, New York.
Well, I Swan.
A Mercury a day.
That's right.
Gee whiz.
Bye, Cracky.
Here's the gal who was selected as the Orchid Queen of the National Flower Festival, our singing orchid, Miss Doris Day.
Every day I love you just a little bit more, just a little bit more, a little bit more. Every day I want you just a little bit more than I did the day before. You'll never guess how deep my love is, not even in your wildest dreams. But just so you get it clear, compared to my love, my dear, the Mississippi River's just a stream. Every day I love you just a little bit more, just a little bit more, a little bit more. Every day I want you just a little bit more than I did the day before. Than I did the day before.
Thank you, Doris Day. That was great. Next week, Morton Downey, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, you probably read in the papers last week that while making a picture at Paramount, Bob Hope tripped and tore a muscle in his right leg. Now let's look behind the scenes and see how an accident like this affects the motion picture industry. We take you to the production offices at Paramount, where the heads of the studio, Henry Geeksburg and Y. Free Frankman, are talking.
Say, YF.
Yes, SG.
I've been thinking. We've got a lot of money tied up in that character, Bob Hope. And if his leg doesn't get any better, he may never be in another Paramount picture. How could a thing like that happen to us?
Oh, I don't know. Just lucky, I guess.
But YF, what'll we do about Hope? His leg may be broken.
Yeah. Too bad he ain't Trigger. We could shoot him.
You know how this accident happened, don't you, YF? Hope was doing that boat scene, and as he tried to get on board, he slipped and fell because somebody had put grease all over the gangplank. You know, it looks like someone is out to get him.
Yeah. Now remember, H.G., if there's an investigation, we're in this thing together.
Well, it seemed like the easy way. And while we're on the subject, YF, we got to get rid of a lot of the actors over here. They're getting too old.
Yeah, how about that Crosby? Remember when we thought we had mice in the studio? We spent $5,000 to get rid of the mice, and then found out it was Crosby's joints that were doing the squeaking.
You know, YF, I think Bing is about the same age as Hope.
Yeah, I know it. If we put them in another road picture, the road's got to be downhill. By the way, where's Hope now?
He's over in his dressing room resting.
Oh, Doris, this pain is awful.
Oh, is it really that bad, Bob? Let me look at your leg. Oh, my gosh, it's all twisted out of shape, isn't it?
That's the wrong leg.
Oh, gee, Bob, I hate to see you in such misery. Does it hurt much?
Well, I don't care about that. I just wish it had been my other knee.
Why?
Well, the knee I hurt is the one with a dimple in it. Now I'll never be able to wear my pedal pushers with a split up the side.
I just don't understand how a thing like this could happen to you. You're so strong and husky.
Am I?
Yeah, and so loaded with vitality.
Honest?
Sure. Why, I always think of you as being a real He-Man.
You do?
Yes.
I have so much more than Gregory. Why should I fight it? Say, it was sure nice of you to drop in, though, Doris. I want to...
Hello, Mr. Hope.
Oh, hello, Miss Ryan.
Hello, Miss Ryan. How do you feel today?
Well, you know me. I always try to keep my chin up even though my arches are falling. I heard about what happened to Mr. Hope, and I thought I'd come over and cheer him up.
Oh, thanks. You see, I hurt my leg and I can't move it. It's nothing to worry about.
Oh, I don't know about that. My Uncle Julius had the same thing once in his shoulders, and he couldn't move his arms. The doctor made him leave them in one position.
Oh, that must have been terrible.
Well, it worked out all right. When he died 2 days later, his arms were already folded on his chest.
That's nice. Portia faces life. This gal backs into it.
Bob, you should listen to Miss Ryan. She can help you. She's been through a lot of these things, you know.
Oh, yes. I've never really been all my life. That is all of it, you know. And recently, Mr. Hope, it's been much worse. Yesterday, I thought I was losing my mind. All day long, I kept hearing voices in my head.
You were hearing voices in your head?
Yes, but I found out what it was. The battery in my hearing aid was low, and I was still getting the election return.
Well, don't worry. Hoover made it, you know. But it was nice of you to drop in, Miss Ryan.
Well, I do hope you get better. Oh, that reminds me, before I go, I wanted to show you a picture of my Uncle Julius, the one who died.
Well, what do I want to see a picture of him for?
Well, you might get worse. And if you don't pull through, it'll be nice if you know somebody when you get there. Keep your chin up now. Goodbye.
Thanks. If she ever gets married, she'll spend her honeymoon in the window of the Rexall drugstore.
Well, I have to be running along too, Bob. I promised Hy Averback I'd meet him. He's making a screen test over here.
Averback is making a screen test? You mean they've run out of talent?
Well, I think Hy will do very well in pictures because he just has...
Oh, hello, everybody. Hello, Doris.
Oh, hello, Hy. Are you all ready for your screen test?
Yes, Doris. I just came from the makeup department.
They didn't get your ears on straight.
At least my lobes are on the bottom. Well, now, Doris, how about running through the screen test with me like you promised?
Okay, hand me the script.
Yeah, now, the scene we're doing takes place in a New York penthouse. We're social leaders and we're married, but we're splitting up. Now, you have the first line, and I want you to pay close attention to my diction.
Montgomery, I'm afraid that you and I are through. It's regrettable, but we can't go on.
Yes, Alice. I'm so sorry that we must split. But I'm afraid we must go our separate ways.
Don't you think you're carrying too many pounds of pressure there?
Well,
Lobes
Montgomery.
on upside down. Okay, it's all right.
Well, Montgomery, if we're parting... Well, Montgomery, if we're parting, I insist that you give me the house.
You may have the house.
And I want the Cadillac and the 2 Mercuries.
They're yours, but there's one thing you may not have.
If you're speaking of the children, I want them.
You may have the children, my riches, and my home. But I insist that you leave one thing.
What?
That cake of Swan soap in the kitchen.
Jimmy Fiddler will give this picture 4 bubbles.
Yes, Alice. Alice, take everything, but please, please don't take that Swan. Swan is the newer, better white floating soap. Swan never crumples like our dream castles did. No, sir, you can use Swan right down to the last smooth sliver. And why? Because Swan is made by a modern, patented process that no other soap can use. A process that makes Swan better for dishes and hands. Swan is as mild as the finest Castile. It protects your hands, keeps them soft and smooth.
He's right. My hands are so soft, when I want to point at anybody, I have to starch one finger.
Oh, Alice. Alice, I can't leave you. Just think. A cake of Swan brought us together again. I still love you.
And I love you.
I love you, Alice.
Oh, I love you, Monty.
I'm engaged to the Lever brothers.
Yes, for your hands, your bath, and for baby's bath. Swan is the best soap afloat.
Well, I swan.
Me too.
Yes, sir. Bye, Cracky.
Here's our junior crooner we borrowed from the Oasis this week. The 19-year-old Bill Farrell, ladies and gentlemen.
There is no verse to this song, 'cause I don't want to wait a moment too long to say that I'd love to get you on the slow boat to China, all to myself alone. Get you and keep you in my arms evermore. Leave all your lovers weeping on the faraway shore. Out on the briny, with the moon big and shiny, melting your heart of stone. Yes, I want to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. Yes, I want to get you on a slow boat to China, all to myself alone. On a real slow boat, on a slow, slow boat to China.
Son from Cleveland, Billy Farrell. Thank you very much. Singing Slow Boat to China. Now, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, tonight we're going to present a very different kind of a thing here. We have a thing here. Musicians, please, no tuning while the star is on, please. Now, as I was saying, please, hey, you, hey, Evelyn, stop with that magic violin.
I resent that.
Well, Jack Benny, ladies and gentlemen. Jack, what are you doing here?
Some surprise. We rehearsed 9 weeks already. Bob, look, I heard about your leg, and I thought I'd pay you a visit.
Well, that's swell of you, Jack, but how come you're sitting in with Les Brown's orchestra?
Well, just once I wanted to play in a band and not worry about the leader's breath taking the varnish off my violin.
Well, you don't have to worry about Les. Les hasn't been high since Petrillo picked him up to burp him. But look, it was awfully nice of you to drop in to see me, Jack.
Well, I was sorry to hear about your accident, Bob.
Yeah, it's a little uncomfortable, but the worst of it is whenever I hobble down the street, people keep throwing money in my hat.
They do? Gosh, how embarrassing. That's terrible. That must be awful. Bob, how much do you average a block?
Oh, it varies, but take my advice, Jack. Stay away from Beverly Hills. Nothing but Dewey buttons. But I can't get over how nice it is of you to drop in on me, Jack.
Well, Bob, that's the way it is with us troopers. You know, we show people have to stick together in these times of trouble. Why, as soon as I heard of your accident, I rushed right over here to be the first one at your side.
Jack, you came over just to help me?
Well, yes. Of course, if you buy the insurance policy I have in mind, it helps me a little, too. You know?
Jack, why are you selling insurance?
Well, you see, it's a little early to start unloading my line of Christmas cards.
Well, Jack, I don't get this. You're a wealthy man. You're worth millions of dollars.
Whoops.
Selling insurance, huh? Well, have you got a sample policy you can show me there in your portfolio? Jack, did you hear that?
No, I didn't hear anything.
You sure you didn't hear that echo?
No, kid, this is your show.
Well, look, Jack, let's face it, this is ridiculous. You don't have to sell insurance. You're a star. They write about you in the Saturday Evening Post. You're one of the outstanding comedians in show business. One of them. You don't mind me throwing that in there, do you?
No, this is still your show.
No, but you're really great, Jack. People stay at home on Sundays just to listen to your radio show.
I have so much more than Fred Allen. Why should I fight?
Say, wait a minute. That's my gag.
I'll trade you for the yodel.
What'll my sponsor say?
Well, I Swan.
Me too.
Yes, sir.
Bye, Cracky.
That's right.
Wait a minute.
Gee whiz.
My goodness.
Of course.
And how?
Wait a minute.
I'll say.
Hurry up.
You bet.
Hoo-ha.
Wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
By cracky.
Wait a minute!
Easy, Jack. Either we peddle the stuff this way or I have to put on a pair of water wings and sell it bathtub to bathtub.
My next line is a humdinger. Wait a minute. Bathtub to bathtub, huh? I have trouble with my sponsor, too. That's a dandy line. Thanks, Bob. I rehearsed 4 weeks for that line.
Well, we were going to give you something you could get your teeth into, but we weren't sure you'd have them with you tonight.
You wouldn't dare say that if you were still with Pepsodent, brother.
Let's get back to this stuff, huh?
Now, look. We'll never get through with this tonight. Look at it. You know, Bob, you know who has the sweetest... You know who has the sweetest... Page 15. You know who has the sweetest...
I'm not...
You know who has the sweet... You'll never get off.
Wait a minute.
You know who has... I want to play the violin yet. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Are we still on?
You know who has the sweetest racket radio, don't you? The disc jockeys.
Disc jockeys? You mean one of those guys who says, this next record is sponsored by the Happy Hunting Ground Funeral Home, and now the orchestra plays he's a real gone guy?
We haven't got time to wait.
See, why don't we try... Please, your laughs, not mine, please. Say, why don't we try our hand at being disc jockeys, Jack? All we have to do is make the rounds of the music shops and pick up a couple of 100 records.
Well, I don't know.
For free.
Shoot the wax to me, Max.
We'd be great as a team of disc jockeys. As they say in radio, I can just hear it now.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. You are listening to station SLOB, the biggest on the coast. And now we present Jazzy Jack Benny and Bebop Bob in their original radio record show, Make Believe Washroom.
Hiya, gang. Hiya, Jazz. This is your old disc jockey, Bebop Bob, with another knocked-out record section. It's all on wax and it's real mad, so you kids who want to get your kicks, lace up your boots and latch onto some of this frantic jive that we're going to send swinging your way. Right now, cats, I'd like to turn the mic over to a real hep character, the man who knows all the answers in the world of jazz, that solid jet my platter partner, Jazzy Jack Benny.
Hacha Bodie-O-Do.
Solid Jack. And now, before we spin our next platter for you kids, we'd like to tell you the next minute and a half of our show is sponsored by Dr. Capstaff's weight-reducing plan.
We'd like a word with those of you ladies who weigh over 400 pounds. Do you have the feeling that you're being followed? You are. It's you.
And you men over 400 pounds, do you have large stomachs? When you get your shoes shined, do you have to take the bootblack's word for it?
And why not try Dr. Capstaff's weight-reducing film?
Yes, to take off those extra pounds, try Dr. Capstaff's method. No diet, no pills, no injections, no exercise. Once a week, Dr. Capstaff's comes to your house and beats you with a rubber hose. And now we're going to play our first record. It's a little tune called I'm Dancing with Tears in My Eyes because the girl in my arms had onions for dinner.
It's going to be played by Woody Gribbinus and As You Should Live So Long if you can find the Melody Orchestra. Hit it, Woody.
Thanks, Woody. That was great.
Look, Bebop, a bunch of new releases just arrived.
Gee, there's some interesting titles. Look at this one. You used to be the cream in my coffee, but now you're just grounds for divorce.
Get a load of this one. If you were the only girl in the world and I was the only boy, I wonder who I'd play handball with at the Y.
Here's my favorite. Hair of gold, eyes of blue, lips like cherry wine. I never should have stomped on them with my bare feet. Say, suppose we play that one right now.
Okay, but first a word from our sponsor.
Yes, this next record is coming to you through the courtesy of Slushies, the only breakfast cereal that's shot out of a water pistol.
Folks, you'll just love Slushies. They don't snap, crackle, and pop like other breakfast cereals. They just lie there and ooze.
Mothers, you'll cheer when you see the way your kids dive into a bowl of Slushies. They never come up again. Listen to what one happy user of Slushies has to say.
I've been eating Slushies for nigh on to 30 years. And I want to tell you something. I'm getting mighty tired.
Thank you, F.E. Spoon of Battle Creek, Michigan. Say, Jack, what's next on the turntable?
Oh, the folks will just love this one.
Yes, sir. It's a new release that features a duet by that brilliant young Waukegan violinist, Benny Kabelsky.
And that new Cleveland singing discovery, the Velvet Smog.
Okay, so we give it a whirl?
Yeah.
Oh, east is east and west is west, and the wrong one I have chose. Let's go where you keep on wearing those frills and flowers and buttons and bows, rings and things and buttons and bows. Don't bury me in this prairie, take me where the cement grows. Let's move down to some big town where they love a gal by the cut of her clothes, and you'll stand out in buttons and bows. No practicing on our time, please. I love you in buckskin skirt that you won't stun, but I love you longer, stronger, where your friends don't go to gun. Now it's the buckboard bounce and a cactus hurts my tears. Let's vamoose where gals keep using those silks and satins and linen that shows, and you're all mine in buttons and bows. Thank you, Jack. Thank you very much. You've been fine. That's fine, Jack. Thank you. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, Jack, wait a minute, Jack. We have next week. It's all over, kid. Pack up. Okay. We have another... Next week we have Morton Downey, ladies and gentlemen. That Coco... Say, okay, Jack, wait a minute. It's all over, Jack. Jack, wait a minute! Wait a minute! Thanks for the memory of the vote in 48. Our chance to demonstrate whom we endorse to chart the course of our U.S. ship estate. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to pay a tribute to that fighting man from Missouri who stepped into the ring last Tuesday with the odds against him and came out the winner and still champion of the USA, President Harry S. Truman.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, is my hair fairest of them all?
It is when you use Rave Cream Shampoo. Rave leaves your hair so clean, so soft, so easy to manage. Easy to manage because the pure lanolin in Rave is specially blended with other important ingredients to make hair behave, even on shampoo day. Try Rave Cream Shampoo. R-A-Y-V-E. Rave Cream Shampoo.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Here they are, the Quiz Kids, presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. We're on the air with the School Kids Questionnaire. The Quiz Kids, 5 bright, lovable youngsters ready for another difficult examination in the Alka-Seltzer schoolroom of the air. The examination tonight will be conducted in exactly the same manner as all our regular Wednesday night Quiz Kid programs. And as usual, none of the children has seen or heard any of the questions in advance.
I'll say we haven't. Let's get going.
All questions were sent in by you listeners and were selected by Sidney L. James of the editorial staffs of Time and Life magazine.
I don't care who sent them in. Let's get going. That's all right.
A new Xena portable radio will be awarded the sender of each question used on this program tonight. And now our chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Ken Carpenter, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we'll proceed directly to the roll call. Richard?
I'm Richard Williams. I'm 11 years old, and I'm in the 6th grade at Harrison School, East Chicago, Indiana.
Jack Lucal?
I'm Jack Lucal. I'm 14 years old, and I'm a freshman at the Oak Park and River Forest Township High School.
Joan?
I'm Joan Bishop. I'm 14 years old, and I go to the Chicago School for Adults.
Claude?
I'm Claude Brenner. I'm 12 years old, and I'm a sophomore at Senn High School in Chicago.
Gerard?
I'm Gerard Darrow. I'm 8 years old, and I go to the Bradwell School on Burnham.
And Jackie?
I am Jackie Benny. I am 6 years old. Now, I didn't have a chance to go to school at all. I was just a poor boy, and I used to stand on the corner selling papers, barefooted in the winter. And I used to say, extra, extra, paper here. Get your paper.
Quiet, please.
Fine chance I'm going to have here, I can see that. You know.
Now, Jackie,
I know
please.
just as much as the kids, you know. You just ask the questions, that's all.
Jackie, please. And incidentally, where are your curls?
What?
Where are your curls?
On my lap. They got hot.
Well, while we're getting ready for our first question, just a word or two from Ken Carpenter.
Here's a word of friendly advice to all you parents and older folks. Alkalize with Alka-Seltzer. Yes, the next time you eat too much or too fast or eat while under stress and strain, alkalize with Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer is just the thing to relieve the misery of acid indigestion and distress after meals. It helps to neutralize excess stomach acid, so often the immediate cause of the distress of an upset stomach.
That isn't all. You see, Alka-Seltzer is a pain reliever also. And if you have a sickish headache along with the stomach upset, Alka-Seltzer can bring you mighty comforting relief in both of these disturbances. Be wise. Take Alka-Seltzer. You'll feel better fast.
You said it.
Quiet, please. We will now start with the questions. All right, quiz kids. R.S. Hart of Seattle, Washington says that he was in the desert and after taking an analysis of the only water available, found that it was 100% aqua fantas. Would you drink such water? Joan?
Yes, I would.
Well, can you give us anything further?
Well, aqua fantas is fountain water.
That's right. It's really spring water, Joan.
Oh, yeah, spring water,
yeah.
Joan. That's right, Mr. Kelly. It's spring water.
Yes, I know. It says so on my card here.
I know. That's where I saw it before.
All right, the next question. Pete McDonald of Vernonia, Oregon, a schoolboy who says that he never enjoyed anything in school but recess until he began listening to the quiz kids, sends in this one. Incidentally, he adds that his grades are improving. Here it is. If you had something that contained a prothorax, a mesothorax, and a metathorax...
A meso what?
What did you say?
A meso what?
A mesothorax.
Oh, a mesothorax.
That's right. And a metathorax, what would you have? Gerard?
Gerard, you answer. You had your hand up first.
Now, Mr. Benny, don't butt in, please.
Well, I just thought... I can see I'm certainly going to have a fine chance here today.
The
All right, Gerard.
mesothorax and the metathorax and the prothorax are all part of the thorax, which is a part of the of an insect. On the thorax is the part between the abdomen and the head, and an insect.
Well, good for you, Gerard. That was marvelous. That's very good.
I used to know that when I went to school, but, you know, when you get older, you forget those things. That's all. You can't remember everything.
Now, our next question.
I used to know algebra, too, when I went to school.
Quiet, please.
Oh.
Mrs. Burdette E. Truesdon of New York City says you can prove you have a good background by naming at least 3 persons whose names will live forever because their names have been used to identify their chief contribution to humanity. For example, the name of Roentgen is perpetuated in the word Roentgenology. Claude?
Nobel. He was a Swiss scientist who discovered dynamite, and he gives out prizes to people who do something great for the world.
That's fine, Claude. Let's see what Joan has to offer.
Well, there's Calvinism. That's a doctrine as to the downfall of man. And Darwinism, the theory of anthropology.
Very good, Joan. Jack Lucal?
Well, there's Alessandro Volta. His name is perpetuated in the volt, by which we measure electricity. And James Watt, they use his name, too, for the watt. That's what
Nice going, Jack Lucal. Let's see, Richard?
Well, Martin Luther in the word Lutheran, which is a church, and Dr. Roentgen, who discovered the Roentgen rays.
That's very, very good, Richard. Jackie has his hand up. What?
Well, there's a fellow named Max. He had something to do with the Maxwell. Maxwell.
Now, wait a minute, Jackie. There's no connection there.
There is, too. A fellow named Max sold me my car. There it is. Max Maxwell. Name was Max Miller. Certainly got a fine chance on this program, believe me. Should have stayed on my own Jell-O show.
It's beside the point, but we'll accept it as half right.
Well, about time.
Claude?
Also, there's Jean-Francois Ampere. He had something to do with electricity, and his name lives in the ampere.
Oh, the ampere,
That's
the
right,
ampere.
Claude. Jack Lucal.
Well, there's a Cadillac and LaSalle were French explorers, and their names are names of automobiles.
Very good, Jack Lucal. I guess that will hold Jackie for a while. All right, our next question.
Of course, if everybody's going to get laughs on this program, I'm going home.
Gerard?
Well, there's also a DeSoto who was named and he was a Spanish explorer that found the Mississippi.
That's right, Gerard. I'm glad you brought that up. Now then...
What about Johnny Chev that made the Chevrolet? For heaven's sake. You're going to go into that kind of stuff, you know. Johnny Chev. What about Harry Stood? That stuff.
Well,
I can answer a million of them, you know. Just ask me the questions, that's all.
We'll all withdraw from the garage right now and get into our next question. Miss Margaret Faith of Camden, New Jersey, poses this mountain climbing and mathematics problem. A mountain climber was making his way along a mountainside ledge.
Wait, pardon me. Who was it asked the question, you see?
Miss Margaret Faith of Camden, New Jersey.
Oh, Camden, New
Yes.
Jersey, I see. Important question.
Let's see, where I... Oh, yeah, here I am, right here. A mountain climber was making his way along a mountainside ledge at an altitude of 6,440 feet. While edging his way, he accidentally kicked a rock which went flying toward the bottom of the mountain at some animals who had to scurry for shelter. Ignoring the friction of the air, how long did the animals have to reach safety before the rock hit? Now, you've got to do this in your heads, kids. No pencil and paper.
What is the last question again, please? How long did it take what?
Well, that is the question. How long did it take?
1 minute and 43 seconds.
That's wrong.
Certainly got a fine chance here.
Richard?
20 seconds.
20 seconds is correct.
Well, no wonder. He squared the root. I tripled it.
Well, nice going, kids, and though I don't think you need it, you can rest a moment now. It's recess time.
We've been telling you over and over again about Alka-Seltzer. We've told you how good it is, how convenient and economical, and how fast it can bring relief in the distress of so many common ailments. And now suppose we let Alka-Seltzer speak for itself. All right, first of all, we take 2 Alka-Seltzer tablets from the package and drop them into a glass of water. Listen. You hear that fizzing, sparkling sound? Sounds good, doesn't it? Well, it is good. It looks good, tastes good, and is so good for relief in so many common ailments. That's Alka-Seltzer, all right. The 2-in-1 remedy. 2 kinds of relief in one glass. First, Alka-Seltzer is a pain reliever, just what you want for relief of headache or sore aching muscles. And second, Alka-Seltzer is an alkalizer, just what you need when excess acid upsets your stomach and causes distress. Be sure to try a sparkling glass of Alka-Seltzer the next time any of these annoying ailments cause you trouble. See for yourself how good it is, how fast it can make you feel better. Ask your druggist for Alka-Seltzer. Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to the Quiz Kids, presented every Wednesday night at this time by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Now, just a word about the questions. You can win a new Zenith portable radio with patented built-in wave magnet if you send us a question which our question editor finds suitable for use on the air. Yes, Alka-Seltzer awards a famous Zenith portable radio for each question used on this program. Just mail your questions by postcard or letter to Quiz Kids, National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. That's Quiz Kids, National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. We reserve the right to reword questions, and if like questions are submitted, the first received will be used. All questions become the property of Quiz Kids. So send in your question and win a radio.
You better
All right,
see
Joe,
that I
are
get
you
that
ready with
$100 bond, too. That's all I worry about.
All right, Joe, you ready with the scores, the halfway point?
Yes, Ken, but in deference to our guest contestant, I hesitate to read them. I think I'll just let them go until after the second question session. Maybe a miracle will happen. By the way, Richard, that last question we had before the bell, can you tell us how you work that out?
Well, Mr. Kelly, anybody falling through space, disregarding the friction of the air, accelerates at the rate of 32 2/10 feet per second. And the rule is the distance equals the time in seconds squared times half of the acceleration per second. And in this case, it was 6,440 feet equals 16 1/10 times the time squared. So I divided 6,440 by 16 1/10 and got 400, which is the square of the time in seconds. And I extracted the square root, and that gave me 20. And so the answer is 20 seconds.
Good for you, Richard, my boy.
You see, where I made my mistake there, you see, I took the least common multiple there. That's where I got wrong. That's where I got the minute 43 seconds in there, you see. I sort of square-rooted it there in the thing.
Yes, that's what I say.
Yeah.
Well, let's get along here now. Here's a question from Mrs. Daniel Stormont of Evanston, Illinois.
5,280 feet is 1 mile.
What?
I said 5,280 feet is 1 mile.
Well, nobody asked that one.
Well, if they do, I'm ready. Watch out.
All right, we'll continue.
All right.
If you told the election board you were a mugwump, would you be listed as a Republican, Democrat, Socialist, or Independent? Now, there is a tough one. If you told the election board you were a mugwump, would you be listed as a Republican, Democrat, Socialist, or Independent?
I wouldn't tell anybody I was a mugwump. So ridiculous. Huh, Claude?
Well, Claude?
I'll take a guess. I say an independent.
That's right, but how did you guess it?
I just guessed.
Oh, you just guessed. That's right. You see, the political name of mugwump, well, let's see what Joan has to say.
Well, I rather thought it was independent, too, because there's a column in one of our Chicago papers called Mugwump.
That's true.
Politics.
But you see, the political name of mugwump started in 1884 when it was applied to supporters of James G. Blaine, who switched to Cleveland because of his civil service views. Blaine was Republican candidate for president. Jackie?
I know what a mugwump is.
Oh.
You do?
You see, a mugwump is a bird that sits on the fence with its mug on one end and its wump on the other.
Have a little more discipline, please.
Well,
getting back to the political situation, Jackie Benny, who was president of the United States in 1901?
Grover Cleveland.
That's wrong.
Well, I ought to know. I voted for him. It was Grover Cleveland.
You're wrong. It was William McKinley.
Just wish I had a history book, brother. That's all.
I've got one.
Well, give it to me. I got a low chair here. Grover Cleveland, that's who it was.
Let's continue with the next question. Pauline Salzman of Grand Rapids, Michigan, found these ads in the paper.
Cleveland, you know. I know Grover Cleveland, but...
Quiet, please. I'd like to present this question. Pauline Salzman of Grand Rapids, Michigan, found these ads in the paper. She would like you to tell her just what is advertised. Here's the first item. For rent, colonial estate near Charlottesville, Virginia, designed by owner. Adjoining buildings make estate virtually a community. Right owner, T.J., Charlottesville, Virginia. Jackie Benny. You're holding your hand up.
I'm waving at some friends in the audience. I can have friends in the audience, can't I? Hello, Mamie.
Well, let's complete this question. Richard?
Monticello.
Monticello, the home of...
Thomas Jefferson.
That's right, Richard.
Right.
Good for you. Here's the next item. For sale.
Friends in the audience, you know. What the devil? I don't know you're appearing.
Quiet, please. Here's the second part of this question. For sale, sacrifice, $10 million marble building in the land of Veda. Stands on 313-foot square marble terrace, absolutely unique as architect's eyes poked out after construction completed. Claude?
That's the Taj Mahal.
The Taj Mahal in India. Good for you.
And it took 22,000 men 22 years to build it. And I'm right about Grover Cleveland, too. Only about Grover Cleveland, you know.
We'll continue. Frank O. Estes of Towson, Maryland, sends in this one. Last week, his wife went shopping to get her girlfriend's gift. She bought Sue a green umbrella for $2.95. Ellen a blue scarf for $2.50. Joanne a brown leather pocketbook for $2.99. And Priscilla a yellow sports skirt for $3. What was the color of the scarf for Ellen? Joan?
Blue.
Blue is right. Good for you.
1901 was Grover Cleveland. I know because I won a pair of cloth-top shoes on the election. Remember that.
We'll forget about Grover Cleveland.
I won't forget about it.
Well, this next question here...
Burns me up, you know. You come over here...
Quiet, please.
Do the best you can.
Tommy Haycomb.
Tommy Haycomb.
Jackie.
Tommy Haycomb.
I'm reading a name.
All right. Read the name.
All right. Quiet. Tommy Haycomb.
I'm not getting paid for this, you know. I just came over. That's what burns me up, you know.
Connie Haycomb. Listen, Jackie.
Yes.
I'm beginning to think that you're getting into what little hair I've got left.
Well, I can always tell you where to get a toupee. You know?
Quiet. Connie Haycomb of Minneapolis, Minnesota wants you to sing or hum these notes as I give them to you, and stop me as soon as you recognize the scales you are singing. All right, here's the first one. C.
Oh. That was Joan.
All right, Joan. D.
Oh.
E flat.
Oh.
F.
Oh.
G.
Oh.
A flat.
Oh.
B.
Oh.
C.
Oh.
Do you recognize the scale?
That's the harmonic minor.
That's very good. All right. Here's
if
the
I
next
had my
one.
violin here, I'd have gotten it.
Here's the next one. C.
Oh.
C sharp.
Oh.
D.
Oh.
D sharp.
Oh.
E.
Oh.
F.
Oh.
I'll tell you what we're going to do. We've got some other hands up. I'm going to give this one to Claude.
That's a chromatic.
Chromatic is correct. Good for you, Claude. And here is the last one. C.
Oh.
D.
Oh.
E flat.
Oh.
F.
Oh.
G.
Oh.
A.
Oh.
B.
Oh.
C.
Oh.
B flat. Richard?
That's the melodic.
Melodic is good. Good for you, kid.
One of the silliest questions I've ever heard. Ask me something once in a while.
Now, quiz kids, you'll need mythology.
Waving my hand all the time. Nobody even calls on you. Stand like a big dope.
You'll need mythology as well as ornithology to answer this one. Ethel Baker of St. Louis, Missouri, wants to know why peacock
Is that
feathers...
Paul Baker's sister, Ethel? That isn't Paul Baker's sister, is it?
When you want to talk, Jackie, will you please hold up your hand?
Because I know an Ethel Baker, you know.
I
That was
see.
Paul Baker's sister.
Well, remember to hold up your hand when you want to say something.
All right, I'll hold up my hand. For goodness sake, you sit there. What are you, the boss or something?
Quiet, please.
Last time I'll come on this show.
You're telling us. Now, let's see, where am I? Oh, yes, here I am right here.
I care, but it's just...
Ethel Baker of St. Louis, Missouri, wants to know why peacock feathers are spotted. Gerard?
The peacock has eyes in his tail feathers because of a mere myth. You see, when a long time ago, when Jupiter married Juno, after a few years, he became jealous of her, and he turned her into a calf. And he sent Argus to watch her. But Juno turned herself right back into her regular form, and Argus was the one that had 100 eyes in his head. And Juno killed Argus and put the eyes in the peacock's tail.
Well, thank you very much, Gerard. That was a very fine description. Jackie, I see you've got your hand up.
I'm wiping my forehead. It's hot here. He can raise his hand.
Fine, we'll continue.
Ridiculous questions I ever heard.
James Wilson, Jr. of Toledo, Ohio, wants you to compose a second line to his one-line verse. Here it is. Fred Allen has a funny show.
I'm going home.
Now, you keep your seat. All right, Fred Allen has a funny show. Let's hear a second line to that. Joan?
Fred Allen has a funny show, but there's not a thing he doesn't know.
Very good, Joan. All right, let's have another one.
Funny about that show, boy.
Gerard?
When Mr. Benny hears that, he'll surely blow.
All right, Jackie, what have you got to offer?
Fred Allen has a funny show. How he does it, I don't know. His jokes are old, his gags ain't funny. He ought to be paid in Confederate money. The end.
Now then, here is really one for you, Jackie Benny. Listen to this.
My father's listening in.
Yeah. All right, tell me, how many strings on a violin?
5. 4.
Yeah. 4. Very good. How do you spell rosin?
R-O-S-O-N. Rosin.
That's wrong. It's R-O-S-I-N.
Can't understand it. I've been using it for years.
Well, there's the bell, kids. I'll have your scores in just a moment.
If you had your vitamins today, well, here's the answer to your daily vitamin A and D problem. Take one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets, now offered and guaranteed by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Each one-a-day tablet is equal in vitamin A and D content to 2 whole teaspoonfuls of cod liver oil, meeting minimum United States pharmacopoeia standards. One a day is all you take, one a day is all you need, and a penny a day is all it costs. Listen to these low prices. 30 tablets, 35 cents, 90 tablets, only 85 cents, and 180 tablets, only $1.50. One a day is all you take, and 1 penny a day is all it costs. Remember, one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets have been developed and are guaranteed by the makers of Alka-Seltzer, tested and approved by Good Housekeeping Bureau, and commended by Consumer Service Bureau of Parents Magazine. Every member of your family should take one-a-day tablets every day. Ask your druggist for one-a-day tablets. That's the name, one-a-day brand. Look for the big 1 on the package.
Just when I got rolling, the show had to be over.
Well, kids, as a group, you missed only one question tonight, and the individual winners are Richard first, Joan second, and Claude third.
Of course, I knew I wouldn't be in it.
I congratulate you. I congratulate you, as I said before. I congratulate all you quiz kids and take pleasure in presenting to each of you, in behalf of the makers of Alka-Seltzer, a $100 denomination United States savings bond. And Jackie Benny, I don't have one for you. You see, these bonds are to help the children pay for their future education, and we didn't think you'd spend your money in going to college. But here's a Zenith portable radio. Maybe you can learn something listening to the Quiz Kids every Wednesday night.
Well, at least I can hawk the radio. I can get something.
Friends, we'll be back in Chicago next week, and we'll resume competition with only the 3 highest scorers remaining for the succeeding examination. The 3 winners on our last competitive program were Claude, Richard, and Jack. Completing the board will be Gerard and Joan, the same children on the program tonight. Meanwhile, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids class until next Wednesday at this same time. Good night, kids.
Come on, ask more questions. Let's get going here. Come on.
Listen again next Wednesday night to the Quiz Kids. The makers of Alka-Seltzer present 3 programs each week, all of them on NBC networks. On Friday night, Alec Templeton Time. On Saturday night, the famous Alka-Seltzer National Barn Dance. And next Wednesday night again, the Quiz Kids. For interesting variety and entertainment, listen to the Alka-Seltzer shows. Ken Carpenter speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colgate Dental Cream presents The Dennis Day Show, written by Frank Galen. With Dink Trout, Charles Dant of the orchestra, yours truly, Vern Smith, and starring our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Twice a day and before every date, use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Here's Dennis singing Linda.
When I go to sleep, I never count sheep. I count all the charms about Linda. And lately it seems in all of my dreams I walk with my arms about Linda. Ah, what good does it do me? For Linda doesn't know I exist. Can't help feeling gloomy. Think of all the lovin' I've missed. We pass on the street, my heart skips a beat. I say to myself, hello, Linda. If only she'd smile, I'd stop her a while. Then I would get to know Linda. Ah, miracles still happen. And when my lucky star begins to shine, with one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine. Oh, miracles still happen. And when my lucky star begins to shine,
With one lucky break, I'll make Linda mine.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning your teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested. So try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy. And use Colgate Dental Cream twice a day and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, just about the last person in the whole world you'd suspect of being up to something devilish is the husband of our young hero's landlady. Loyal, dutiful, steady, fearful Mr. Anderson. But his daughter Mildred has been far from satisfied with her father's behavior during the past week, and so this morning she's decided to broach the subject to her boyfriend, Dennis Day, in his room.
Dennis, what are you doing?
Oh, listening to the radio.
To the radio? Oh, I don't hear anything.
I know, Fred Allen's on.
Well, turn it off. I want to talk to you.
Okay.
Dennis, have you noticed anything odd or unusual about Dad lately?
Your dad? No, Mildred. Why?
Well, he's been acting strangely all week.
Gee, really?
He hasn't been near Mother for whole days at a time.
And besides that, he's been acting strangely, huh?
We hardly ever see him anymore. By dinner, he barely gets through the first course before he disappears somewhere. I don't understand it.
Me either. He certainly should be used to the food by now.
It isn't the food. My father's up to something.
Oh, gosh, you really think so?
I do. Dennis, you don't suppose... Oh, no. No, it's impossible.
Well, that's silly. Nothing is impossible. What were you thinking of?
Another woman.
Beg pardon, I was wrong.
Of course, it's utterly fantastic.
Ridiculous.
Still...
Yeah, it's spring, and you know what they say about young men and their fancy.
But Dad's not a young man, Dennis.
Well, sometimes even his type runs across something fancy.
You really think it might be an affair d'amour?
Oh, I don't know whether she's French or not.
But you do think he might be interested in another woman. Oh, Dennis, I can't believe it.
Me either, really.
But, Dennis, we've simply got to know the truth.
Yeah.
If it's what we suspect, we might be able to break it up before Mother hears about it. Think what'll happen to her if she finds out about my father.
I wouldn't want to be in his shoes either.
Now, look. Daddy's in the next room. You're going in there and find out what he's up to.
You mean right now?
Yes, only for heaven's sakes, be tactful. If you're not subtle about it, he won't tell you a thing.
Okay, I'll kind of ease into it slowly. I can be pretty sly, you know.
Oh, good. I'll wait here for you. Go on now.
Morning, Mr. Anderson.
Morning, my boy.
What do you think of the Russian situation, Mr. Anderson?
The Russian situation? Why, it's pretty complicated.
Yeah, and do you know that half the population of Russia is women?
Naturally.
How's your love life lately?
My what?
Mr. Anderson, I'm going to put my cards right on the table. I suspect you of going out with another woman.
And that... Dennis, have you ever seen me with another woman?
No, sir.
No. Have you ever heard me mention another woman's name or seen me even look at another woman at any time?
No, sir.
Well, then?
Where are you hiding her?
I'm afraid we're discussing a pleasant impossibility. Now, believe me, it isn't so.
No? Then where do you rush off to every night after dinner?
To the public library.
Aha! Now we're getting somewhere. A beautiful librarian, huh?
Dennis, in the Weaverville Library, the only thing you'll find well stacked are the books.
Well, what do you do at the library, then?
Well, now, if you'll promise me to keep it a secret, I'll tell you.
Oh, sure. I promise.
All right. Now, I've been looking up some old newspaper files. You see, I've been writing a story.
A story?
That's right. I've already sent it to True Story magazine, and they want to publish it.
Gee, what's it called?
The Romance of Herbert Anderson.
Fiction, huh?
You have just put your finger on the horrible problem that I now find myself faced with. You see, True Story magazine positively insists that every word they print is the absolute truth.
Oh, and you didn't make your romance true?
No, I made it interesting. Now the magazine is sending a man here to authenticate my story before they publish it.
Well, can he find anything false? I mean, just what did you say?
Well, I described myself as a man of 50 with a desirable wife.
You're dead.
I could get by with that, but you see, as an added touch, I mentioned our children.
Oh, one daughter could hardly be considered children, huh?
Exactly.
Well, maybe you could say it was a little mistake that you lost count.
Well, hardly, because I described the other child in considerable detail. A boy, I said it was. A brilliant boy who less than a year ago had received his doctorate from Harvard.
Gee, you are in a mess. When will this fellow from True Story be here?
Well, this afternoon, according to the wire I got.
This afternoon? Yeah. Gosh, even if Mrs. Anderson presented you with a son right now, he could never get through Harvard in time.
Well, not a hard school like Harvard, no.
Well, let's not give up yet, Mr. Anderson. There's got to be a way out of this thing somehow.
Oh, I hope so.
Now, don't you worry. I've got a brain, and Mildred's got a brain, and between our two brains, she's sure to think of something.
So that's all it is.
Oh, I think your father's in pretty big trouble, Mildred.
Yes, but there's a way to get him out. That is, if you're willing.
I knew you'd think of an idea. What's this one? A state or a federal offense?
Well, it's very simple. Daddy has to produce a son for the man from True Story magazine. All right, you're the son.
Me? Mildred, this thing's got to be realistic.
But it is realistic. You're the right age, aren't you?
Yes.
Then you're the son he wrote about. A brilliant young man with a college degree.
It is here that I feel we are veering toward fantasy.
Nonsense. Now, look, you told me the boy was a doctor.
Yeah.
All right. You go down to Dr. Hopkins' office.
Huh?
I'll send the man from True Story there, and when he arrives, he finds you wearing Dr. Hopkins' coat and sitting at his desk.
He also finds Dr. Hopkins beating my brains out, doesn't he?
Oh, no, because Dr. Hopkins won't be there. Somebody's made him go out on an emergency.
Who?
You.
Oi.
All you have to do is tell the doctor someone's desperately ill. Pretend you're in a panic.
Oh, that I can handle easily.
Oh, good. And when the man from True Story gets there, you're the doctor, see?
But, Mildred, really,
you can do it. Forget right now about being a soda clerk and start thinking about your new career.
I am. Goodbye, Willoughby's drugstore. Hello, Alcatraz.
Come in.
Dr. Hopkins, Dr. Hopkins.
Yes, boy, what is it?
An emergency, Doctor. My sister.
Your sister?
Yeah, she's doubled up in agony. Her face has turned green, her teeth are falling out, and she's got a temperature of 109.
What?
Yeah, we think she's sick.
Good gracious. Has she been in this condition long?
Since January.
January? Why do you come to me now?
Well, today she started to complain. Could you go right away, Doctor?
Yeah, yes, of course. What's the address?
120 Cedar Road. It's out in the middle of the woods, 10 miles from here.
Good heavens. How could you have picked such an out-of-the-way spot?
It wasn't easy.
Gracious, I'd better call the hospital and have them drive me over in the ambulance.
An ambulance?
Of course, yes. The driver will find the place.
Doc, it's beautiful out. Why don't you walk?
Don't be a fool. I'll go over to the hospital and pick up the ambulance there. And you stay here and watch the office for me till I get back, understand?
Yes, sir. Gee, it worked like a charm. This must be one of my abnormal days. Oh, gosh, what do I do now? Maybe it's Mildred. Hello? Yes, this is Dr. Hopkins' office, but... What? Your wife is about to have a baby, and what should you do? Well, humor her, I guess. Let her have it. Mister, what a thing to say. You ought to have your phone ripped out.
Did you get rid of the doctor?
Yeah.
The man from True Story's on his way down the hall. Quick, put on that white coat and put the stethoscope around your neck. Hurry now.
Okay.
Oh, there he is. I'll sit behind the screen where he can't see me.
Come in.
How do? I'm Mr. Weems of True Story magazine. They told me I could find Mr. Anderson's son here.
Yes, I'm Mr. Anderson's son. Dennis Day is the name.
Dennis Day? Your father's name is Herbert Anderson and yours is Dennis Day?
Yeah, he didn't want people to call me Junior.
That explains your first name, but what about your last?
Well, Daddy's a fellow takes no chances at all.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I want to welcome you to my office and assure you that...
Your office?
Sure.
On the front door it says Dr. Hopkins. How come?
Let's let that one ride, shall we? I may think of something later.
Better come up with it now. I have a feeling I may not be here long.
Well, I just bought Dr. Hopkins' practice, and I haven't had time to take his name off the door yet. Hey, pretty good, huh?
Yes. But why did you buy a medical practice?
Oh, you know me, the man in white. It says right in Dad's story that I got my doctorate a year ago.
Yes, but your doctorate wasn't an M.D. It was a law degree from Harvard Law School.
A law degree? You mean I'm a...
Try to guess.
A lawyer?
Good boy.
Yeah, of course I'm a lawyer. I was just having a little joke, that's all. Pretty funny, don't you think? You bet, yes, sir.
If you're a lawyer, why have you got on that white coat with a stethoscope around your neck?
Oh, that's easy. When I chase ambulances, I like to dress for it.
I see. And all this equipment? What would a lawyer want with an X-ray machine?
Oh, you'd be surprised how it turns up the hidden clauses in contracts.
And I suppose you use that examination table when you examine witnesses.
Yeah, it helps me weed out the habeas corpuses from the corpus delicti.
It's kind of fun, isn't it?
I hope so.
You don't expect me to swallow this, do you, Mr. Day?
I'd be terribly grateful.
Well, you do have some awfully novel ideas for a lawyer.
Yeah, they come when I least expect them.
You and Clarence Darrow, eh?
No, I like to work alone.
Who has a better right? Well, Mr. Day, True Story magazine, as you know, prints nothing but the truth. So until I can check on this matter elsewhere, I suggest you plead nolo contendere, so to speak.
Oh, I will. I'll plead just what you said.
You're not familiar with that common legal phrase?
I'm a Harvard man, Mr. Weems. We'd hardly learn common phrases there.
Yes, naturally. But you do understand Latin, of course.
Oh, of course. I'm simply odidley with atenley.
You are indeed loaded with something or other. Well, goodbye, Mr. Day. Let's not do it again real soon, shall we?
Dennis, is he gone?
Yeah. You know something, Mildred? I have a feeling he didn't believe a word I said.
I'm afraid you're right. But there's nothing we can do now but hope for the best. Don't lose confidence.
Oh, I won't. But just in case, when you get home tonight, would you bake me a cake with a file in it?
Oh, no, Dennis, you must.
Uh-oh, he's back again. Quick, behind the screen.
Okay.
Come in. Now, look, Mr. Weems,
Stand still, Doc. This ain't a water pistol I got in my hand. I need a doctor.
But...
You're coming with me, Doc. The boss needs you fast, and he needs you bad. A car just went past him, and now he's got 2 bullets in his stomach.
Gosh, I realize that drivers are always thinking up new things to do to pedestrians, but...
Come on, get your things on, Doc. I ain't fooling.
No, wait. You're making a mistake. I'm not a doctor.
No? Then what are you doing in this office with a white coat on and a stethoscope around your neck?
Oh, I was trying to convince someone that I was a lawyer. Sounds weak, huh?
Doc, I'm warning you for the last time. The boss needs someone to pick those bullets out of him.
And if I refuse?
You go anyway. Then you and the boss can pick the bullets out of each other.
I see what you mean. You're an excellent salesman.
Thank you. Now, are you coming?
Yes, sir. Only, what if I weren't a doctor?
I'd blow your brains out, mister.
Call me Doc.
Come on. We've wasted enough time. Our hideout is the old Foster place on Pine Hill. Here's your little black bag. Now, come on, let's go.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Dennis, my poor darling. I've got to do something. But what? No killing those horrible men. He'll be dead. And that fellow he takes the bullets out of, he won't do well either. Oh, I just got to do something. The Foster place on Pine Hill.
Well, here he is, Chief.
Oh, good work, Sam. Oh, Doc, you're just in time. These bullets went awful deep in my stomach.
They did?
Yeah, my head is split.
Boy, that is deep.
You better get right to work, Doc. I can't stand this pain much longer.
Look, mister, at the risk of my life, there's something I got to tell you.
Shut up, you, and get busy if you want to live. I'll take his pulse.
Huh?
You heard me. Take his pulse.
Really, I don't think we should remove it in his condition.
What are you talking about? All you got to do is feel it.
Oh.
Well, what are you waiting for? Go ahead and feel his pulse.
Yes, sir. If you'll find it, I'll be glad to feel it.
Oh, never mind the pulse, Doc. A blood count is more important anyway.
A blood count?
Yeah, go ahead. Take one.
Oh, I don't have to. I can tell without counting them that you have fewer than you used to.
You know something, boss? I think you're in trouble.
You're telling me. But the heat's on, Sam. We got to get out of here. Oh, go after those bullets, Doc.
I'll tell you what. Let's leave them in. A lot of iron and bullets, you know, and the system requires iron to...
A fine time to be making jokes. Go on, examine his stomachs and see if you can locate them slugs.
Okay. Steady now, Chief.
Ow!
Ticklish?
You fool! He can't stand that. Come on, give him an anesthetic.
An anesthetic?
Yeah, sure. You got something to put him asleep, ain't you?
Well, I could read to him if you want me to.
Are you crazy? You must have brought some ether with you in that bag. Let me see. Yeah, sure. Here it is.
Gee, I'm glad I remembered.
Okay. Now I'll pour some on my handkerchief and give it to him. There, that ought to do it. All right now, Doc. You call for your instruments, and I'll hand them to you.
But I...
Call for your instruments.
Okay. Knife. Smelling salts.
You're going to give him smelling salts?
They're for me.
Well, see that you don't need them, understand? Now, what else do you need?
Forceps. Band-Aid.
Band-Aid?
Gotta leave him looking neat afterwards, don't we?
For crying out loud, Doc. Quit talking like a fool, will you, and start operating.
Really, mister, look...
Did you hear me?
Yes, sir, but I can't operate on this man. I'm not
Start operating.
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's that? Open up in there! Okay, you. Stand where you are and get your hands up. The cops.
Gee, just like David Harding, counter-spy.
Dennis, are you all right?
Mildred and Mr. Weems. Sure, I'm all right.
Well, what do you know? Sam McNulty and Scarface Fudnick. We've been wanting these boys a long time. Congratulations, Doc.
Well, so you've given up law and taken to medicine again, eh, Mr. Day?
Gee, Mr. Weems, I bet you think I'm flighty, don't you?
He knows you aren't a lawyer, Dennis, or even Daddy's son.
Yes, and of course we can't use Mr. Anderson's story.
Oh?
But it's quite possible that we can print the story of how you captured these gangsters single-handed.
Gosh, really?
Yes, only remember, Mr. Day, this is True Story Magazine. We want the plain truth and only the truth.
Oh, sure. Well, it was like this. I was all alone in the doctor's office when all of a sudden 10 men armed with Tommy guns and cutlasses jumped me. I fought like a demon and I was winning easily when all of a sudden one of them whips out an atom bomb. Well, naturally, I couldn't do much against that, so I waited my chance and then I went after the whole army of them. I hit one guy with a left, another with a right, and a third I
No, the story of how Dennis Day routed the gangsters will not be found in True Story Magazine. But the story of Dennis's life, entitled Okay, I'll Talk, definitely is in the current issue. True Story Magazine on sale at all newsstands. Dennis Day will be back in just a moment with a song. But first, here's a fact worth knowing. Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. And that's important, as our Colgate players are going to demonstrate for you. Our curtain goes up on a rain-soaked college boy who doesn't seem to know it's raining. Raining cats and dogs, in fact. A friend comes up and says,
Come on, snap out of it, Tom. Don't you know enough to come in out of the rain?
Well, what difference does it make, pal? I'm all wet anyway, according to Sal. She just read me a thunder and lightning act that was a beaut.
Oh, so your sugar left you standing in the rain, did she?
That's about it. But when it comes to telling me why, well, Sal's the original Miss Clam.
Well, rain in the face. I'll tell you something. What you want to do is make a dash for your dentist, Tom.
And here's what Tom found out.
Scientific tests have proved that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, Colgate Dental Cream's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. In fact, nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So, to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. With Charles Dant and the orchestra, here's Dennis to sing the current favorite, I Want to Thank Your Folks.
Express how I feel, confess and reveal my love. I want to thank your home for making you the dream that you are, and tell them what a swell job they've done of raising the one I love. Do you recall the birthday party they gave you when we were just a couple of kids? Well, suppose they hadn't thought of inviting me to see what I have missed. And here's my thanks to you for making all my love dreams come true. But, darling, to be perfectly frank, I really must thank your home. Do you recall the birthday party they gave suppose they hadn't thought of inviting me through. See what I'd have missed, and here's my thanks to you for making all my love dreams come true. But darling, to be perfectly frank, I really must thank your
Good night, everybody.
Dennis Day can be heard with Jack Benny every Sunday. And be sure and be with us again next week for another Dennis Day program. More songs, more adventures in the life of our star, Dennis Day. Meanwhile, be sure to use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Lovely Joan Bennett is another famous Hollywood star to rave over Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake, the new cake makeup sensation. Joan Bennett says, I'm wild over Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake. So clever, so practical, with a makeup sponge in its own moisture-proof compartment right in the compact. Yes, Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake, for the first time, brings you the makeup sponge right inside the case. Buy the new cake makeup sensation, Cashmere Bouquet Beau Cake, at cosmetic counters today. Ladies, keep right on saving used fats and oils. Turn them into your dealer and he'll pay you more for your used fats and oils. Mrs. Vern Smith reminding you that daylight saving time becomes effective in certain areas on April 27th. This may change the time at which the Dennis Day program is heard in your community. Please check your local paper for the time at which this program will be heard next week and each week thereafter.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening, this is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
And now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. As in thousands of such institutions across America, students have come here to prepare themselves for life in a rather uncertain world. A world where courage is needed and a strong belief in the great and lasting truths. Devotion to these truths has been the lifelong career of Dr. William Todhunter Hall, president of Ivy, who at the moment is seated in his study reading the evening paper. Victoria is reading a pocket magazine between desultory attempts at conversation.
Toddy.
Yes, Vicky?
Toddy.
At the risk of being repetitious, yes, Vicky?
You're not listening.
On the contrary, darling, I have heard with great interest your report of the faculty wives' tea.
I told you about that yesterday.
Oh, I'm sorry, my dear.
What's the matter, darling?
Matter?
Well, I can tell when you're worried, you just rattle the paper and quarrel with the editorials. And when you're not worried, you turn right to little Orphan Annie.
A great American, Vicky. A sweet parentless child whose idiotic optimism cheers my darkest hour.
Is this one of your darker hours, Toddy? You look as though someone had just turned on the television set. You're sort of apprehensive, though hoping for the best.
But as a matter of fact, Vicky, I do have a problem. A familiar one. Clarence Wellman phoned me he was coming over. From the tone of his voice, I'll say he'll be approaching at a full gallop.
Yeah, I suppose he's decided to put the entire curriculum on long-playing records, thereby saving the cost of all faculty salaries.
Well, for a mere woman equipped only with beauty, intelligence, and intuition, that's a pretty fair guess.
Well, that's a pretty fair compliment.
What have you been reading?
Well, it's a condensed novel in a magazine. The Drums of Mungaboona. How on earth do they ever take a novel of 350 pages and boil it down to 85?
Oh, it's quite easy when you know the formula.
Well, what is the formula?
You leave the first 3 chapters intact. They introduce the characters' plot and locale. Then you tear out the next 16 chapters and lay them aside. Now you insert a line, something like, 11 days later, after many enthralling adventures too numerous to relate, we reached Lupatumbo on the headwaters of the Zamwaki. Then resume with chapter 20 and finish the book.
Yeah, but what happens to the 16 chapters you tore out?
Well, those are published separately. In a 25-cent drugstore edition entitled Recollections of Lupatumbo by the author.
Doesn't it frighten you sometimes to know so much about so many things?
Oh, I manage to face my own erudition with equanimity. Particularly as I am conscious of the many lacunae in it.
Lacunae in it?
Yes, dear, lacunae. Plural of lacuna.
Oh! What's lacuna?
It's a Latin word meaning a space or gap.
Oh.
It has an interesting origin, really. It seems that in the early days of Rome, orders had been given by the Senate for the widening of the Appian Way, the great road leading to Rome.
Well, I thought all roads led to Rome.
That, my love, was mere publicity, released by the Roman Chamber of Commerce in 686. Anyway, an honest road builder by the name of Publicus Fixitus was in charge. And he had a wife who, though worthy, had an empty mind and a vacuous expression. Her name was Una. So when Publicus, busy filling in the ditches on either side of the road, noted any extra large gaping hole to be filled in, he would say, just like Una, just like Una. And so, of course, any blank space, any void, any patch of nothing, naturally became known as a lacuna.
Tell me, is it true, by the way, that the Appian Way was originally the Yappian Way on account of all the dogs that used to bark at the passing chariots?
Well, it's quite as true as the story of Publicus Fixitus.
Oh, it is. Well, speaking of yapping, what does Mr. Wellman want?
Well, you just heard I've hired Professor Upshaw.
Oh.
Yes, he believes I should have promoted Professor Kent to fill the chair of mathematics, Kent being one of his favorites.
Well, who's this Upshaw? I never heard of him.
Oh, David Upshaw is an outstanding authority in his field, although I've never met him. Kent himself admits that his administrative experience will make him a valuable head of the department.
Well, considering that you're installing him over Professor Kent's head, I think that's very sporting of him.
Oh, he's a very decent sort, and I'm sure he'll cooperate. As a matter of fact, I've invited him over after dinner so the two of them can get acquainted before Mr. Wellman plants any prejudice in his mind.
It's a good idea. They can spend the evening chatting in trigonometry while we do...
I expect that'll be Upshaw. I wired him to come straight from the train.
Well, don't bother, Louisa. I'll get it.
And Vicky, if he is not as handsome as our English professors, don't be surprised. Figures of figures are not apt to be as pretty as figures of speech.
Good evening. Yes. Mrs. Hall? Yes. I'm David Upshaw. Oh, no. Well, please, come in. Thank you. Well, it is Professor Upshaw, isn't it? That's right. David Upshaw. Of course, yes, David Upshaw. Come along, Imogen. Oh, Toddy, look who's here.
Wasn't it Upshaw? Oh, hello.
Good evening. Professor Upshaw, may I introduce my husband, Dr. Hall? Oh, how do you do, Dr. Hall? I can't tell you how delighted I am to be here.
Oh, how do you do, Miss Professor Upshaw? Naturally, we too are delighted to have so fine a mathematician as a member of our faculty.
Oh, you're most kind. Well, please sit down, won't you?
Oh, well, Mr. Professor Upshaw, I suppose you...
You have trouble with that word, Dr. Hall. Does that mean you haven't many women professors here at Ivy?
No. We have several.
Yeah, but none named David.
No, you must admit, Miss Upshaw, that David is more often applied to the male of the species than the female.
I know. But my father had his own way of doing things. I was supposed to be a boy, so I'm David after him.
Well, anyway, we're glad to have you. And I hope my surprise at finding our faculty augmented so decoratively won't make you feel any less welcome. Professor Kent has told us of your work. Splendid record.
Professor Kent? Oh, yes, I know him by reputation. Does he know that I'm a woman?
I don't know. But if he does, he neglected to tell us.
Well, in any case, it won't bother me if he's surprised. I'm used to it. But, Doctor, I can't help feeling I've complicated your life a bit.
Oh, no, not at all, not at all. The number of sexes in the human race being somewhat limited and the possible complications not being infinite, I think we can cope with.
Yeah, well, of course, there may be one small complication.
Yes, a small complication which I think has just arrived. You see, Professor, the chairman of our board of governors, Mr. Clarence... Mr. Wellman.
Evening, Dr. Hall. Mrs. Hall.
Good evening, Mr. Wellman.
Mr. Wellman, I would like you to...
Dr. Hall, I'm exceedingly exasperated. I've been away for my health while this foolishness was going on, and I've come back to find that you, without my approval, have
Mr. Wellman...
How you could deliberately fly in the face of everything that's fair when you make decisions affecting the basic policy... excuse me. You have company. Sorry.
Miss Upshaw, may I present Mr. Wellman, chairman of our board of governors?
How do you do, Mr. Wellman?
Good evening. I'm delighted to... Wait a minute. Upshaw? Oh, that's the name. Where's your father?
My father, Mr. Wellman, is probably at this moment playing a game of cribbage at the Elks Club in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
And this is Professor Upshaw, Mr. Wellman.
You mean she... Well, I did... She's a woman.
If she isn't, Mr. Wellman, she's a gifted female impersonator.
I didn't mean that she isn't a woman. I mean that she isn't a man. Why isn't she? A woman is head of our mathematics department. It's ridiculous. It's absurd. Meaning no offense, of course, madam.
Well, what's the matter with women as mathematicians, Mr. Wellman?
After all, the world depends on them for multiplication.
That's beside it's a monstrous idea. It's unorthodox, radical, unheard of. It's contrary to all of everything.
Why, Mr. Wellman?
Because it is, that's all. Good heavens, Mrs. Professor, how can you sit there and upset all the traditions that we have so carefully, and all that? Why, the entire educational system.
Mr. Wellman.
Women as heads of mathematics departments. It's utterly fantastic.
Mr. Wellman.
What is it?
Professor Upshaw has come to us in good faith upon my invitation. If you must shout at someone, and the necessity escapes me, please shout at me.
I don't want to cause any dissension here.
I apologize, young lady. I didn't mean to shout at you. Sorry and all that. None of us wants to cause dissension. So why don't you just pack up and then...
Mr. Wellman, I must remind you that Professor Upshaw is engaged.
Oh, good for her. Tell the lucky young man to make a home for her and let our mathematics department...
My husband meant she had been engaged by him.
That's ridiculous. He's already married to you. Well, how could he? Oh, you mean hired?
Yes. And while I hold my current assignment, she will head our mathematics department.
Oh, she will she? Well, Dr. Hall, I'll have to submit this entire matter to the board right away. You knew perfectly well that young Professor Kent met every qualification for this post, and yet while my back was turned, you secretly hired not only another man from the outside, but she isn't even a man. He's a woman. Good night.
Do you have to contend with this as a regular thing?
Oh, yes. His only sound and fury signifying nothing but our chairman's determination to be efficient at the top of his voice.
Yes. And as one of my favorite characters in history, Duke Gerald of Tuscany, said, any sheep can be a lion among lambs, and the braying of an ass has meaning only for another.
As we return to the halls of Ivy, it's after dinner the same day. We find Dr. and Mrs. Hall and Louisa, their housekeeper, with the new head of the mathematics department, Professor Upshaw, who is a W-O-M-A-N, and pretty, too.
Coffee, Mrs. Hall? Yeah, thank you, Louisa. Put it right here, will you, please?
Splendid dinner.
Thank you, Dr. Hall. I enjoyed it too, Louisa. Much obliged. Excuse me, Mrs. Hall. Miss Upshaw being a lady arithmetic teacher and a sort of a scientist, could I ask her a question?
Well, I should think so. How about it, Miss Upshaw?
Of course. Go ahead, Louisa. But aren't you people ashamed of yourselves getting everybody all excited when you know good and well it can't be done? What can't be done? There's the doorbell. I'll get it. But let me tell you this. You'll never get me to go along. Never in a million years. First place, there's nobody there. We have one lamp or two, Professor. Mrs. Hall. What on earth did Louisa mean?
Oh, well, it's a perfectly simple explanation.
Yes, there always is. It just requires patience. Vicky, have you got it?
I'm working on it.
Is she all right?
Louisa? Oh, perfectly, yes. I have a theory that she once studied diction and shorthand at the same time and got the lessons confused.
Good evening, Mrs. Hall. Dr. Hall.
Hello, Professor Kent.
May I present Professor Upshaw, the new head of the mathematics department?
Yes, I've been wanting to... You mean you're Professor David Upshaw?
Yes, I am. Is it so frightening?
No, indeed. On the contrary, Miss Upshaw, you're very...
Yes, she is, isn't she?
Have a cup of coffee, Kent. It'll steady you.
Dr. Hall, I assure you that when I told you I was familiar with the works of David Upshaw, I was telling the truth. But I had no idea he was a beautiful woman.
I'm flattered, Professor Kent, to know that you've read some of my efforts.
Read them? They're magnificent, Miss Upshaw. Why, your modification of Stirling's formula for the gamma function and your clarification of geometrical probabilities are out of this world.
Thank you. Are you fond of polynomial integrals?
Fond. Just give me a handful of polynomial integrals, and I'm as happy as a clam.
Of course, personally, I prefer simplicial approximations and polyhedrons.
But I'm afraid polyhedrons is lacunae for me. I'm in that old Roman ditch again.
Well, forgive me, Miss Upshaw, for intruding into the rarefied atmosphere of advanced mathematics. Not many years ago, I myself enjoyed the heady ecstasies of spherical harmonics. Today, I deal in a more forbidding kind of math. I try and balance the budget.
Mathematics in its most perplexing form, Dr. Hall seems concerned with multiples of the American dollar.
Back passing is nothing new, but I never saw them pass as fast as they do today.
However, we don't want to spoil Miss Upshaw's first evening here with morbid speculations about Ivy's financial problems.
I was going to suggest that we take on a tour of the campus, William. And it was very clever of you to see that she got here on a night with a full moon and all the polyhedrons in bloom.
Yes, the original thought was to impress Professor Upshaw with Ivy's beauty. But now I'm looking forward to Ivy being impressed by Professor Upshaw.
What a nice thing to say.
Look, Dr. Hall, why don't we all take her around? I'm perfectly free this evening.
As a matter of fact, Kent, I have some budget papers to check over tonight.
Well, so Mr. Kent and I will take Professor Upshaw around.
But you have to wait for Mrs. Quincannon to call, my love.
Mrs. Quincannon? What's she going to call? Oh, yeah. Quincannon. That's
yes.
Right. Yes. about the rummage sale, wasn't it?
That's right.
Yeah, well, good heavens, I'd completely forgotten about it.
I was afraid you had. So I suggest that Mr. Kent unstring his megaphone and take Professor Upshaw on a guided tour. The view of the river from the chapel tower will be lovely tonight. You don't mind, do you, Kent?
Mind? Are you kidding? I mean, I should say I don't. How about it, Professor Upshaw? Too tired?
Oh, it's not at all tired, Mr. Cannon. I think it's a delightful idea. First impressions are important. Although I'll never have any nicer ones than meeting the president and his wife.
Oh,
thank you. Shall we go, Mr. Kent?
I don't think I can be ready for 10 or 15 seconds.
Remember, Mr. Kent, the chapel tower and the library and Emerson Hall.
And Kent, I insist that you take Professor Upshaw for a stroll around the quadrangle.
Well, certainly, sir. Though we do have more interesting sights.
I know. But for ages, mathematicians have been concerned with squaring the circle, so I think you can spend a few minutes circling the square.
That was an interesting piece of matchmaking, Toddy. You practically threw them at each other.
No, I was just taking advantage of their very obvious mutual liking. You see, my darling, having engaged Professor Upshaw over Kent's head, so to speak, and without consulting Mr. Wellmans, whose favorite Kent is, I thought that a Kent-Upshaw coalition might be just the thing to counteract any ill feeling.
Oh, Toddy, they need you in the State Department.
Thank you, dear. I prefer to be an ambassador of goodwill among my own constituents. Thus, I am not at the mercy of a changing administration, because I am the administration. Yes, Louisa?
May I clear the coffee things now?
Yes, sure, go ahead.
10 years off, so why was I so excited?
What was 10 years off, Louisa?
What I was talking about. The trip to the moon.
Oh.
Been telling you about it all day. I read this article that people were going to fly up there, and I just think it's silly.
I agree. It's against the law of gravity.
I'd say that science has made fools of us all.
That's what I said, Dr. Hall.
Vicky.
Yes, Doctor.
About the river in the moonlight. There's only one perfect view, and I thought we might take a little walk.
Oh, what a good idea. Let's.
Louisa, we'll be out for a while. If Mr. Wellman calls, tell him Mrs. Hall and I have gone to Lover's Leap.
Yes, Dr. Hall.
Tell him you suspect it's a double suicide. Due probably to the fact that we are so completely happy that we're quitting the game while we're ahead.
Well, we all have to go sometime.
Early summer does herself proud on such a night. If she does this well so early, think what she's capable of in August.
Lovely, isn't it? I don't know why, but it reminds me of Scotland. I can almost smell the heather.
It's this old tweed coat of mine. From the sheep of Dundee, the weavers of Edinburgh, and the tailors of Bond Street. Had I known then I was to meet Victoria Cromwell 3 days later, I would have saved the money and bought her a much finer engagement ring.
Oh, well, a piece of thread from your tweed coat tied around my third finger would have held me just as tightly.
Well, the sheep who produced it would have been as happy as I am to hear you say so.
Well, it's a wonderful jacket, and I love it. Give me another sniff.
Careful of the moths, darling. Strangers upset them. You see, they're rather partial to me.
That's just cupboard love.
I have fed and nourished them these many years. They know which side their lapels are buttered on. But thank you anyway, darling. It was a very friendly remark.
Well, I'm a very friendly girl, Dr. Hall. Kiss me and see.
Well, what happened to the moon?
Nothing. You still have your eyes closed.
Oh, yes. Yes, a difficult habit to break, and I'm not sure I want to. You see, I am the sole operator of the William Hall Eyelid Travel Agency. I shut my eyes and go where I wish. In a blink, I am in England again with you, or standing in the bow of a ship with you again, bringing you to Ivy for the first time as the most beautiful college president's wife as the most beautiful wife of a college president.
I beg your pardon.
Well, really, Mr. Wellman, you might at least have coughed.
No, didn't think it was necessary. Been tapping Dr. Hall on the shoulder for 5 minutes.
Was that you, Mr. Wellman? I thought it was my wife. Didn't you think it odd when I patted your hand back?
Thought you were just telling me to be quiet.
And are you out to admire Ivy by moonlight, Mr. Wellman?
No, Mrs. Hall, I am not. I came to find you. And Dr. Hall, of course. Louisa, your housekeeper, said you'd be here.
Well, now that you've run us aground, Mr. Wellman, what can we do for you?
You can accept my apology.
Your what, Mr. Wellman?
Oh, I know it's unusual. Don't often apologize. Don't often have to, because I'm usually right about things.
And in what direction did your infallibility slip a cog tonight?
Well, in raising making all that fuss about hiring Upshaw, that woman teacher, head of mathematics. Forget it. Might be a very good thing. I would have preferred Kent, of course, fine man, but as long as Kent agrees with you and also with Upshaw, and Upshaw agrees with Kent, and you agree with... Anyway, the Upshaw of the Upshot matter... the upshot of the Upshaw matter is, well, forget it. I'll approve it before the board.
Oh, Mr. Wellman, you're a darling.
Mrs. Hall, of all the things I've been called in my somewhat tempestuous life...
tempestuous, Mr. Wellman, you.
That's who I was talking about, me. I was saying, in my somewhat tempestuous life, I have seldom been called a darling. Yes, I don't go into the things I have been called. It's too nice an evening. Well, that's all. Just wanted to make myself clear.
Thank you, Mr. Wellman. It was very conscientious of you.
Nothing of the sort. It just happens I love this college. And I want to do everything I can for it. Anything I can do to improve do the things that... Well, by George, I'll do what I think is right, no matter how wrong I am. Good night.
Hardy, do you realize what it cost him to make that confession?
Oh, I do indeed, my darling. But the cost to pride of making rightful amends is, I'm sure, a deductible item in the books of the Collector of Eternal Revenue.
Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. Mr. Wellman is played by Herbert Butterfield, and Louisa is Elizabeth Patterson. Also heard tonight were Virginia Gregg and William Irwin. Tonight's script was written by Philip Nelson and Don Quinn. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today.
This production of The Halls of Ivy was broadcast with an actual audience present in the studio.
Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Alan Reed, Jill Walker, the sportsman Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Warner Brothers' Bugs Bunny.
Me. What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Throughout the pages of history, heroes have been depicted as men of great force and iron will. However, even great men are human, and it is their little human characteristics that prove their greatness. For instance, in 1491, Queen Isabella said,
Christopher, will you put down that globe and pay some attention to me?
Nothing doing. Not until I find a new route to the Indies.
And in 1775, on a cold, bleak day, Martha Washington said,
George, come into the house. It's cold.
Nothing doing. Not until I win this battle of Valley Forge.
And today, in the home of Betty Colby, Betty speaks to another great man, her boyfriend, Mel Blanc, and says,
Mel, come down off that chandelier.
Nothing doing. Not until that mouse is gone.
Well, the mouse got tired of waiting, so he left. Mel came down, and just before he and his girlfriend Betty left for the picture show at the Bijou, Betty said,
Oh, Mel, you're such a coward, afraid of a mouse.
I am not a coward. I never told you about the time I was held up in my fix-it shop. I said to that crook, all right, put your gun on the table and scram.
And what did he do?
He told me to go jump in the lake.
Well, what happened?
I don't know. When I got back, he was gone.
Now, you're just a weakling.
Oh, is that so? I'm tired of all this talk. The next one who calls me on the telephone is going to get it from me. I'm going to tell him off. I don't care who it is. Answer that, Betty. Huh? Oh, all right, I'll answer it. Hello, Betty Colby's house. What? Now, listen, fathead. I don't want to be bothered with you. If you call up again, I'll beat your brains out. Do you hear? I'll come over there and mop up the floor with you. Goodbye.
Well, who was it?
I don't know. She didn't say. And that's only the beginning, Betty. I'm going to be big. Get my name in the papers.
How? Working in your fix-it shop? You'll never get your name in the papers by fixing things.
Oh, no? What about those New York gamblers? Betty, I'm going to do big things in this town. I'm going to get in who's who. And everybody in town will say, there's Mel Blanc. Who's who? We knew him when he was what's that?
Well, you're certainly talking differently, Mel. Maybe now Father will begin to respect you.
And as far as your father's concerned, Betty, there's going to be a new deal. From now on, I'll show him who's boss.
Hello, Betty. Hello, Mel.
Hello, Father.
Hello, boss.
Mel Blanc, what are you doing here in the parlor with my daughter, Betty?
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Colby, we were just leaving for the movies.
Now, listen, you giggling idiot. Before you go, I want to talk to you about that electric fan you fixed. I put it up in my supermarket this afternoon.
Well, did it go fast enough?
Fast enough? I hung it up right over the apples, pears, bananas, and plums.
Well, what happened?
I got a market full of fruit salad.
Well, gosh, Mr. Colby, I'm sorry. I meant to do well.
Oh, Father, this loaf of sliced bread you brought home, you know something? There's a slice missing.
Slice missing? That's funny. I had a few complaints at the store about the same thing today. Oh, well, it's probably nothing.
Nothing? A slice of bread missing from every loaf, and you call that nothing?
Hmm?
Betty, keep your hands off that wrapper.
What's the matter?
We'll need it for fingerprints. The bread maniac is on the loose again.
Oh.
Now, the first...
Oh, Blanc, you idiot. Keep out of this.
Mr. Colby, stealing bread is serious. You're not dealing with an ordinary criminal. This man's a bread napper. Yeah, who knows how far he may go?
What do you mean?
Why, tomorrow we may be siphoning the custard out of your chocolate eclairs.
Now, stop being so silly. It's only a slice of bread.
Betty, you think I'm a coward. Well, I'm going to show the both of you what a big man I really am.
Oh, you idiot. Forget it. You hear me?
Yeah, we've got to head him off. This thing is too big for the local police. I'll go to the FBI. I'll go to the Army. I'll go to the Navy.
I'll go to the president.
Mel Blanc!
I'll go. Oh, Betty, you coming?
No, Mel, you go on ahead. I'll meet you at the movies.
Huh. Go on alone. She thinks I'm afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm going to solve that bread case. Guy may be very tough to catch. By now, he may be sticking the white bread under a sun lamp and selling it as pumpernickel. Uh-oh, there's Professor Potchnick, piano teacher. Hey, Professor Potchnick, wait for me.
Hello, Mel.
Professor, what are you laughing at?
I just came from the movies where I'm seeing that Bugs Bunny. Is he funny? The way he says, what's up, comrade?
Professor, don't tell me about the picture. I'm going to see it with my girl Betty. Besides, right now, I've got to find the bread thief.
Please allow me to interrupt. Then I saw another picture, Duel in the Sun. So many actors. There's that fellow, not 100% wool.
Not 100% wool?
Yeah, Joe Cotton. And then there's that Jennifer Jones. Her part I couldn't understand. All through the picture, she is wearing a blanket, so help me, never once went to sleep. But what love scenes I saw, even in the balcony. But in the picture, first Gregory Peck kisses Jennifer Jones. Then she's kissing him, then he's kissing her, then she's kissing him.
So they go on kissing all through the picture?
Why not? You should see the muscles in Gregory Peck's lips. So long, Mel.
Well, goodbye. That's funny. Wasn't even interested in the case of the missing bread slice. I wonder. Maybe he took it. Mr. Colby threw me out. Maybe he has a reason. Even Betty. But love mustn't stand in the way. Everybody's a suspect. Wait a minute. Mel Blanc, where were you on the night of February the 18th? What am I talking about? I can't even eat bread. I'm on a diet.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just fine. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth, giving them that pearly, polished feeling. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice and does it beautifully. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
And now back to Mel Blanc. Betty has spurned Mel because of his lack of courage. And Mel, trying to redeem himself, is hot on the trail of the bread thief, the person responsible for the mysterious disappearance of a slice out of every loaf of sliced bread in Colby's supermarket. Right now, he's walking down toward the movie house when he's accosted by Hartley Benson, the town Beau Brummel.
Hello, Mel, old boy.
Hello, Hartley. Nice seeing you.
Yes, it usually is quite a treat.
Say, Hartley, who do you know who would want to steal sliced bread?
Oh, probably someone with a lot of crust.
Well, can't you help me out? They stole 1 slice out of each loaf.
Yes, well, let me think now. 1 slice out of each loaf. Lana Turner, Betsy Grable, Rita Hayworth.
What's Lana Turner and Rita Hayworth got to do with it?
Well, as long as I'm thinking, I might as well enjoy myself. By the by, you needn't bother waiting for Betty outside the theater. You see, I am taking her.
You're taking her? I'm supposed to meet her at the theater.
Well, she evidently changed her mind. You know, old boy, while we look at Bugs Bunny, I'll snuggle up to your honey.
Bugs Bunny. Well, Betty isn't going with me because she thinks I'm a coward.
Now, just a second, Mel. If you want to know why she's not going with you, look at your suit. Who made it? Schaffner and Marx?
Hart, Schaffner, and Marx.
Oh. Come now, old boy. Nobody's heart was in that job.
Oh, yeah? Well, this jacket happens to be a Hollywood model.
Oh, yes, so it is. The shoulders are built for Mickey Rooney and the sleeves for Gary Cooper. Well, goodbye. Goodbye, old boy. And don't worry about Betty. She'll be in very good hands.
Yeah, what a character. Thinks he's handsome. Take off those shoulder pads, let his stomach out, get him off those elevator shoes. Now, Betty look just like me. I wonder if he's the bread thief. No, he's more the ladyfinger type. Uh-oh, here comes my lodge president, Mr. Cushing.
Hello, Mel.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. Say, I saw your wife. She looked awfully mad.
Well, she was a little peeved. I got home at 1 a.m, Friday.
1 a.m, Friday? What's so terrible about that?
I left the house on Tuesday. Well, as a matter of fact, now, she's very nice about it. She sat me down in the easy chair, gave me my slippers and pipe.
Your eye looks a little swollen.
Yeah, it was a lead pipe.
Gosh, mighty potentate, why don't you tell your wife to stop beating you?
Well, I did, Mel. We had a terrible argument last night, and when we were through, she said, "John, you burn me up." Gad, what a temptation. Well, at least I won the argument. I can leave the house whenever I want to. I can go to the laundry, the grocery store, the tailor.
Well, that's fine. You want to go with me to the movies?
Well, I'm sorry, Mel, I can't. The chain won't reach that far.
Well, stop making up those things, mighty potentate. Say, how'd you ever come to marry your wife?
Well, I'll tell you, Mel, I was young and idealistic. I wanted to marry for youth, love, and beauty. Then my wife came along with all that money, so I compromised.
Was she pretty?
Ha! Mel, yesterday she spent 12 hours in the beauty parlor and 5 minutes in the fish market, and believe me, the lobster she brought home looked better than she did.
Oh, your wife isn't that ugly.
No, Mel, they say that some people have a face that'll stop a clock. Well, the other day, my wife looked at our cuckoo clock.
Did the clock stop?
No, the cuckoo dropped dead.
Say, just a second, mighty potentate. Do you know someone who would be stealing bread in this town?
No, Mel, I don't. But if you ever find him, send him to me. Maybe I can interest him in the crumb I'm living with.
No, mighty potentate. I'm serious. I'm looking for a bread thief.
Oh, stop being ridiculous, Mel.
Well, maybe you're right. I got off on a wild goose chase for a hunk of bread, and on account of it, Hartley Benson is taking Betty to the movies.
Well, don't take it so hard, Mel.
I was only doing it to show them I wasn't a coward.
Watch out for that lamppost.
I'd like to make them sit up and take notice.
Mel, look out!
Oh, slice of bread. Colby. Betty. Bugs Bunny. Missing slice of bread. Bugs Bunny. Slice of bread.
Hear ye, hear ye. The court of rye, white, and whole wheat will now come to order. Court will rise and general session of the missing slice of bread will now begin. Learned judges now entered the court, proceeds to the bench, and will now speak up.
What's up, prosecutor?
Here's the affidavit, Your Honor.
The plaintiff Colby contends that the defendant, Mel Blanc, dispatched the firm's errand boy, one Zuki, with 12 cents to purchase one loaf of sliced bread. The aforementioned Zuki returned with the aforementioned bread and one slice was missing. The aforementioned defendant, Mel Blanc, was not refunded the aforementioned 12 cents, although he made an aforementioned big stink about it. Where's the first witness, Doc?
Here I am, Your Honor.
Your Honor, have you examined the witness?
Yeah, certainly, Doc.
What is your opinion? Step up, miss. Put your right hand on this white bread. Swear to tell the loaf, the whole loaf, and nothing but the loaf, so help you right, bread.
I do.
Cross your knee and hope to die.
Cross my knee? Oh, Your Honor, doesn't he mean cross my heart?
Judge, the prosecutor knows what he's talking about.
I object, Your Honor. I want to cross-examine the defendant's assistant, Zuki.
Okay, Zuki, take the stand.
Now, young man, tell us. What's your name?
John Doe.
What's your occupation?
Well, you see, I'm a radio announcer.
A radio announcer?
Yeah, listen. Doctor, I have a lady in the Doctor, I have a lady in the I have a lady in the Never mind, she went home.
Is that all you announce?
No, I also give the time.
Well, how do you do that?
Like this. It's 5 o'clock. It's 6 o'clock.
Are you still working as an announcer?
Oh, is this certain? Oh, positively. Absolutely. I was fired.
For what reason?
Dirty politics.
You're on the Bugs Bunny. This is getting us nowhere.
Just a second, Doc. I have the name of the guilty party.
What? Who is it?
Mr. Colby.
That's a lie. How do you know he's guilty?
We discovered this ad he placed in the paper, and it supplies the motive for the missing bread. Yeah, I'll read it to the court. Handsome man with lots of bread desires attractive young lady with lots of bologna. Object, sandwiches. Mr. Colby, let me see your hand.
No.
Just as I taught. Ketchup. Caught you red-handed. Colby, there's only one question I want to ask you.
What's that?
If you was Nora Prentice, would you keep your mouth shut? Well?
I'm willing to pay the fine, Your Honor.
Fine schmine. Colby, I'm sentencing you to solitary confinement. I'm placing you in a little cell 2 feet wide and 4 feet long with nothing in it but a little table.
Is that for me?
Not so fast. First you have to pay me 400 carats bonus.
Well, I won't pay it. You're not Bugs Bunny. You're Mel Blanc.
Hey, stop shaking me, Doc. Stop shaking me. Stop shaking me. Stop shaking me. Stop shaking me.
Mel, wake up.
What happened?
You walked into the lamppost. We had to drag you into the theater and revive you.
Huh?
You were out for so long, we missed the picture.
We did?
Yes, but we're just in time for your favorite cartoon.
My favorite cartoon?
Yes, listen.
What's up, Doc?
Oh, no. Not that.
Oh, Mel, stop talking about Hartley Benson. I just made him say that to get you jealous. And besides, you're home with me, aren't you?
Oh, Betty, I made a mess of everything with that bread thief business. I wonder what you see in me.
Oh, I don't know. I guess I love you for the little things about you.
The little things?
Yes, put your head on my shoulder.
No, Betty, let's dance. I'll turn on the radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Ace Bread Company's program. Today, some of you lucky listeners must have been startled to find a loaf of bread with one slice missing.
Betty, do you hear that?
We planned it that way. If any of you people are listening to this program...
Yes?
And you can get to the studio in 10 minutes, we will give him or her, absolutely free...
Yes?
...the missing slice of bread.
Is that all?
What else?
Mel Blanc will be back in just a minute.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
lively, active, marvelously effective. That's Colgate Tooth Powder, the new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder. It cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose tooth powder, your whole mouth feels wonderfully fresh, sweet. That lively, active foam swirls around your mouth, cleans in all the corners. In 7 cases out of 10, it's been proved Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And when it comes to cleaning your teeth, why, Colgate Tooth Powder does a thrilling job. For it leaves teeth gloriously clean, reveals their natural brilliance. Try Colgate Tooth Powder, the new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder today, for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
This is Mel Blanc saying thanks for listening. Good night, and that's all, folks.
And this is Buddy to remind you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Ladies, right now there is a worldwide shortage of fats and oils. That is why the women of America are asked to keep on saving used fats. Keep on selling it to your butcher. Your butcher is now paying more for your waste cooking fat. Remember, Mel Blanc at the same time every Tuesday night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Ford Dealers of America present the Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests, Colonel Stoopnagle, Miss Quinn Conger, and Clifford Tatum, Portland Hopper, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarco Sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar speaking for your Ford dealer. All this month, the National Safety Council is sponsoring a nationwide campaign. Their slogan is, to check accidents, double-check your car. Let's all get on the bandwagon. See your friendly Ford dealer and have him check your car from bumper to bumper. He knows just what to do to get it in shape for all your summer driving ahead. Naturally, Ford dealers know Ford's best. Their mechanics are Ford trained, they use special Ford equipment, and factory-approved methods. They can supply genuine Ford parts. They can save you time, trouble, and money. Make it a point tomorrow to take your Ford back home to your Ford dealer and have him give it a real going-over. It must be Sunday night again. Here comes Fred Allen and his new Ford on his way to keep his weekly date at the corner of Main Street. As Fred steps out of his Ford, he hears a voice say,
Mr. Allen!
Portland, have you been waiting long?
No, I picked your mail up at the post office.
Oh, my mail. Well, thanks a lot. Let me see what's in the mail. Oh, this first note is from George McCoy. You know, the press agent? Formerly Gargantua's secretary, and then he became a press agent later. George says he has a new client, a grocery boy, Alexander and Agnes, who has written a song. What do you know?
A grocery boy wrote a song?
It's called An Onion and You.
Is he the fellow who wrote, I'm sorry I made you cry?
Oh, who knows? A guy writes about an onion. If he's in love, why doesn't he write a song about his tomato and have the thing over? I'm just getting the weak ones out of the way before I... What other mail... Be funny if they were all weak ones, wouldn't it? And I lit into the commercial later in lieu of something. But what else is in the mail?
Well, this card
card says it's National Foot Week.
Say, if that grocery boy can change his song from an onion in you to a bunion in you, it'll be a great theme song for National Foot Week. I'll tell McCoy that if I catch him around. Well, Portland, what's new?
Some doctor says neurotic people are taking up bird watching.
Well, bird watching may be all right for neurotic people out of town, but not in New York, Portland.
Why not?
Well, suppose a man is nervous one night. Now, he can't sleep. He feels like a little bird watching. Well, he gets up out of bed. Where is he going to find a yellow-bellied sapsucker in New York at 4 o'clock in the morning?
If enough neurotic people go in for bird watching,
Yeah?
the Audubon Society may stay open all night.
No, I don't think so. The Audubon Society doesn't want a lot of robins and meadowlarks around there with bags under their eyes. Say, have you ever seen the night watchman at the Audubon Society?
No.
He sleeps with his head under his arm. You won't even get this information from Winchell. I mean, stuff like that. Have you any other items?
Yes.
He molts in the spring, too.
The coach at Columbia University is trying to get his football players jobs as babysitters.
No kidding.
Do you think football players would make good babysitters?
Well, a football player should know how to go around a baby's end. Say, it's getting late, Portland. I think I'd better pick up my paper.
Mind if I go along?
Oh, come on. Let's take a walk down Main Street.
What does the paper say?
Hey, look at this headline.
Truman budget faces deficit.
Do you know what a deficit is?
It's what you've got when you haven't as much as you had when you had nothing.
Yes. That is a deficit. Too bad this isn't that $64 show. You would be that much richer. Say, here's something. Look at this. 3rd annual hobby show for older persons is held in New York.
Do you think all people have hobbies?
Well, there's only one way to find out. Let's ask some people as we're walking down Main Street. This man coming along with the cardboard vest. Pardon me, sir.
Claghorn, say Claghorn's the name. Senator Claghorn, that is.
Well, Senator...
Step aside, son. If you're selling phony jewelry, I ain't no country J.
Well...
Don't hold me up, son. I'm busier than a one-armed man trying to use his dental floss.
You're busy, Senator?
Si, amigo, frango, cidado, limpo, pepino.
What is that?
I'm talking Portuguese, son.
Portuguese?
I've been entertaining the president of Brazil all week.
Hey, the president of Brazil?
Yeah, he was paying back a visit that President Truman made to Brazil in 1947.
Oh, he paid back that visit, huh?
It's the first thing any country has paid back since Harry has been president.
Well, I didn't know that you spoke, not changing the subject, Senator, I didn't know that you spoke Portuguese.
Aquí esto sapitiero cobertores un copo de cervejilla.
What is that?
Who put the mandolin pick in my kumquat?
Say.
Son, you say that to a Portuguese, and the next day you'll be up before the UN.
Well, you greet all of the president's visitors, Senator?
Well, most of them, son. Last week I was on the town with Grandma Moses.
Yeah? Kicking it around with Grandma Moses, eh? Well, while she was in Washington, did Grandma Moses do any painting?
Yeah, Harry had Grandma Moses out painting the back of the new White House.
Oh, really? Well, Senator, about our question now tonight. Do you think people should have hobbies?
Well, son, at a certain age, a hobby's like a cane. Man has got to have one.
Really?
I used to have a hobby.
Well, what was your hobby, Senator?
I was always inventing.
Inventing, eh?
I had one old model I was working on for 30 years.
And what became of that old model, Senator?
The last I heard, she was back working for Minsky.
Come on, Portland. Come away from that movie theater.
Oh, they're showing a double feature.
A double feature?
Uh-huh. It says Portrait of Jenny, also framed.
Also framed. I'll laugh at it a little later, Portland. I'm chewing gum right now. I wouldn't want to take it out just
Look
today.
who's crossing the street.
Who?
Titus Moody.
Oh, hi, Mr. Moody.
Howdy, Bob.
Well, Mr. Moody, out for a stroll?
I'm just getting back from choir practice.
Oh, I didn't know you sang in the choir.
When I was a baby, folks said I had the voice of a whippoorwill.
A whippoorwill?
I'd lay back in the cradle and trill.
Yes.
The next thing I'd know, the cat would have me out on the floor.
Thought you were a bird, eh?
When I was 12 years old, a traveling man heard me sing.
Yeah?
He said I ought to be sent away.
To study?
He didn't say where.
And now you say you sing with the choir.
Emergency alto.
Oh, emergency. Say, I'd like to hear your choir sometime.
If you ever see a funeral, follow it.
Why?
Chances are we'll be whooping it up at the grave.
Well, tell me, Titus, do you have a hobby?
You bet your boots I do. My hobby is whittling.
Whittling, eh?
When the cares of the world are too heavy to bear,
yes,
I take a stick of wood and a big jackknife. I go sit under a shady tree, and I start to whittle.
And your cares vanish?
Gradually. Now, I'll argue that whittling is man's best hobby.
Can you prove that?
I can.
How?
You sit down beside me.
Yes.
You watch me whittle long enough.
And if I watch you whittle long enough?
You'll see my point. So long, bud.
Come on, don't stop there, Portland. That's only a newspaper office.
There's a headline. Amnesia victim found.
Oh, somebody's always finding an amnesia victim.
Mama lost her memory once.
Well, didn't losing her memory bother her?
Mama didn't even miss it.
Oh, fine. Well, that helps a lot with amnesia if you don't miss it, your memory or your mind when it's gone. It's
Look who just turned the corner.
Mrs. Nussbaum, where are you going with that porthole and those water wings?
I'm sailing.
Sailing?
A friend has given me 2 tickets.
Tickets to where?
South Pacific.
South Pacific, that's a play. It's a show.
Am I a silly Becky? I am thinking it is an ocean.
An ocean? Well, I can see you don't know too much about the theater.
Last year, giving a theater party to sing Oklahoma.
Yes?
I'm ending up with 10 friends on a slow train coming into Tulsa.
Well, that's life. Everybody once sooner or later comes into Tulsa. Today, everybody has trouble.
Yes, even on Main Street there's a Cold War.
A Cold War here on Main Street?
2 frozen food stores are cutting prices.
Well, Mrs. Nussbaum, how do you feel about hobbies?
Personally, I'm having no hobby.
Oh, you have none. Do any of your friends have hobbies?
A cousin, Sugar Ginsburg.
Sugar Ginsburg?
Sugar, on account of her hobby, is always having to buy fur coats.
Fur coats?
Mm-hmm. A silver-plated fox.
Yes.
A stimulated raccoon.
Stimulated raccoon, yes.
An eager beaver.
Oh, that's it.
A pony coat with built-in harness.
Well, she has quite a collection.
Always during the winter, Sugar Ginsburg is wearing 7 fur coats.
7 fur coats?
All winter. Also all summer.
Wait a minute. If Sugar Ginsburg wears 7 fur coats all winter and all summer, what is her hobby?
Perspiring.
Well, Portland, a walk down Main Street is like taking a shortcut through a Turkish bath. You get steamed up, but that's about all that happens.
You didn't find out much about hobbies, did you?
No, I didn't. I tell you what, I'll try one more character. This little man coming along wearing the turtleneck knickers. Hi. Hi, chum.
Here, now, get your hands off me. I just click on to it.
How do you do? Ajax Cassidy. Ajax, your hand is all bandaged.
Don't remind me.
What happened?
The way they light some of them restaurants today, a man might as well eat in a coal mine.
Well, that's true. A lot of them don't have much light.
Some restaurants are darker than 2 feet down a bear's throat.
That's really dark. What happened to your hand?
Well, you see, I was eating in a dingy rendezvous called Brannigan's Barbecue.
You barbecue and you couldn't see?
I'm sitting at my table, feeling around for me spare ribs.
Yes?
It's so dark, I ate the meat off 2 of me fingers.
Gosh, Ajax, you must be careful in those places.
Yeah, well, there's a French lunch wagon on 3rd Avenue.
Yeah?
Le Ruban Black.
Le Ruban Black?
Oh, it's pitched dark in there.
Well, how can you see to eat?
Well, for an appetizer, I ordered a crepe Suzette.
Oh, a crepe Suzette.
The rest of the meal I eat by the light of the crepe Suzette.
Well, Ajax, tell me, do you have a hobby?
Yes, me boy, I've had a hobby for 40 years. But I've never been able to get around to it.
Oh, really? Well, what is your hobby?
Well, I make them little boats you see inside of bottles.
Oh. Well, if that's your hobby, why aren't you able to get around to it?
Well, I'll tell you.
First, I have to have an empty bottle.
And?
By the time I empty the bottle, I'm in no condition to make the boat.
Now, come on, Portland. I'm stopping in at the music store.
Well, I can hear the record of the week.
The record this week, I got this a hot tip from Jack Eigen. The record this week, it hasn't been released yet. Al Goodman and his orchestra and the 5 DeMarco sisters are doing I'm in Love with a Wonderful Guy.
I'm as corny as Kansas in August. I'm as normal as blueberry pie. No more a smart little girl with no heart. I have found me a wonderful guy. I am in a conventional theater with a conventional star in my eye. And you will note there's a lump in my throat when I speak of that wonderful guy. I'm as bright and as gay as a daisy in May, a cliche coming true. I'm romantic and bright as a moon, happy night for a night on the zoo. I'm as sporty as Kansas in August, high as the flag on the 4th of July. If you'll excuse an expression I use, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love, I'm in love with a wonderful guy. If you'll excuse an expression I use, I'm in love. 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 I'm in love with a wonderful guy.
Wait a second, Portland. Kenny Delmar's standing on the corner there. He's selling something,
Get your booklet here, folks. Here you are. It's all free. Get your booklet right over here.
Hey, Kenny, you remember me from the program. Oh. What are you giving away?
Oh, Fred, it's a little booklet I wrote for the Ford dealers.
Oh, a booklet?
Yeah, it's about the new Ford Overdrive.
What is the Overdrive?
Well, on the first page of my booklet, I explain what it is. Oh. The Overdrive is an automatic 4th speed.
An automatic 4th speed?
It's a 4th speed, and all you do is lift your foot off the gas a second after you get up above 27 miles an hour, and the car goes right into the overdrive.
What happens when the car goes into the overdrive?
The engine runs 30% slower.
Yeah.
And here's a picture to illustrate it, Fred. You see the car? It's going 50 miles an hour, but the engine is only going about 35.
That's 15 miles different.
Yes, Fred. You save up to 15% of your gas while you're in overdrive. And your engine lasts longer in overdrive because of the fewer revolutions per mile. The overdrive is optional at extra cost, but everybody will want it because it helps pay for itself.
You explain all of this, you say, in your booklet, Kenny?
Yes, Fred, and I also show it's more fun driving with the overdrive. Your engine runs quieter and smoother. It accents the new Ford feel.
Well, Kenny, I think I'll take one of those booklets.
You won't regret it, Fred.
You sure?
Yes.
So long, Kenny.
So long, Fred. Here you are. Get your booklet right over here.
Say, it sure is nice out tonight, Portland, isn't it?
There's a good humor man. I'll treat.
No, thanks. He's all out of pistachio, and besides, I have to get home. I have to finish writing my program for next Sunday night.
Your program isn't written?
No, I tried to write it last night, but I had to give it up.
What happened?
Well, it's rather a long story, but if you want to hear it, I'll go into it. I was in my apartment working on the program, trying to think of jokes, and I was sitting at the typewriter. Well, this joke finishes Titus Moody. I say, Titus, why are you so unhappy? He says, I dropped my teeth in the duck pond. How can dropping your teeth in the duck pond make you unhappy? That's how I got down in the mouth. Oh, brother, with jokes like that, will my hooper go up, brother? Oh, down at the doorbell, just as I'm going good. So I'm right in... Coming! Joe and Marge.
Hey, Freddie, we hate to bother you.
Yeah, only something's come up.
An emergency, Marge?
Yeah, you see, Marge and me has got a date to watch some television, and our sitter didn't show up.
Well, what do you want from me, folks?
Come out from behind your mother, Leopold.
You said not to come out till he said it was okay.
Quiet, Leopold. Say hello to Mr. Allen.
Hello, Mr. Allen.
Hello, Leopold.
You see, Freddie, Marge and me was wondering if you would watch Leopold till we get back from the television.
Well, doesn't Leopold like television?
He's nuts about it. Only this set is in a SALOON.
Howard Johnson, eh? I see.
Leopold ain't no trouble at all.
All the kid does is sleep.
Ma, I'm
tired.
You see, I slipped some Ovaltine into his Pepsi-Cola at dinner. He still don't know what hit him.
Well, look, folks, I don't...
Oh, gee, thanks.
Freddie, you're a real pal. Now, you better get Leopold inside. He's dozing off already.
Yeah.
Come on, honey, we'll miss howdy doody. Good night, Freddie.
So long, Joe. Well, Leopold, my little man, it's time to go Betty bye. I'll carry you over to the couch.
Get your dirty hands off of me.
Leopold.
What a crummy apartment.
What?
I once saw a room like this in a movie.
What movie?
Snake Pit.
Look, Leopold, I have got to finish my radio program for next Sunday. Now, your father said that you were tired.
Oh, him with that corny Ovaltine gag.
Gag?
Every time I catch him dumping the Ovaltine into my Pepsi-Cola, I switch glasses.
Look, Leopold, be a good boy and go to sleep.
I'd rather be a bad boy and stay awake.
Go to sleep.
Who's gonna make me?
I'm going to make you go to... Oh, the doorbell again. Thank heavens, it's probably your father and mother back. The saloon must have been raided. Yes?
Pardon me, is Fred Allen in?
Colonel Stoopnagle. Colonel, I haven't seen you in ages.
I know, Fred. For the last 4 years, I've been going from door to door, working my way through college. Today, I was graduated.
And now that you're graduated?
I'm out of work. That's why I've come to you, Fred.
Why?
May I step in? There's a draft out here.
Oh, of course. Come in, Colonel.
Yeah, I have a hole in my coat.
Oh, well, come right in. Come right in.
Ah, thank you, Fred. Congratulations, young man. You are going to make a fortune.
A fortune? How?
Just by investing a little money in my latest inventions.
Oh, you have some new inventions?
Yes. First, there's the Stoopnagle Hourglass, the greatest time saver ever invented.
Really?
My hourglass saves you 20 minutes every hour.
How?
It's filled with quicksand.
Look, Colonel, now
You might also be interested in my white tablecloth with a tea stain in the center.
A white tablecloth with a tea stain in the center?
Uh-huh. It's to use when you have English guests for dinner. You know how they love a spot of tea.
Look, Colonel.
What about my new perforated sticks of bubble gum?
Perforated bubble gum?
Uh-huh. Kids can blow their heads off. All their bubbles will have slow leaks.
Now, look, Colonel.
I also have a thing that looks like an umbrella but isn't, for when it looks like rain but doesn't.
Well, now, look. Colonel, I can't talk about the inventions now. I have to finish writing my program for Sunday, and also I'm babysitting. I've got a kid in here. I'm trying to put him to sleep.
Fred, are you lucky I dropped in?
Lucky?
Putting kids to sleep is my specialty.
Really?
Where is this brat?
Right over here on the couch. Leopold.
Yeah?
This is Colonel Stoopnagle.
I don't care if he's General Eisenhower. I'm not going to sleep.
Leopold, do you know who I am?
You're that Stoopnagle on the radio. The guy that talks backwards.
That's right, Sonny. I'm the fellow who langs the English twistage.
Langs the English twistage?
Yeah, that's twist the English language. Would you care to have me tell you a story in Spoonerism? How about Wink Van Ripple? Or Alethiva and the 40 Babs? Or a special little gem called Paul Revide's Rear?
No, all those lorries are too strong.
Or I could... What was that again?
I said all those lorries are too strong.
What a funny way you have of talking. I know a story I'll bet you'd like. The Hare and the Tortoise. Once upon a long time ago, a big Ray Grabbit was faking a lot of mun of a tazy old lortus because he always lubed so slowly.
The rabbit made fun of the tortoise because he always moved so slowly.
That's the way of saying it, yes. So the tortoise said, "Now, mate, win it, my fine feathered friend. I can fun so much raster than you that I'll inch you within a lead of your bite."
I bet the rabbit just rasped and rasped.
This kid is absolutely loose. So, in that case, rehied the player, inking his Y at a bandersty. Let's sigh it and tree. That's, let's try it and see. So they finally decided to hire a fly socks to goot off the shun to write the states. And, of course, a big grad crowded.
A big crowd gathered.
That's what I said. And there were child leers as the two constartants tested. But soon the hare was so hara-fed that he thought it was high time to rake a test.
He wanted to take a rest.
He did? Oh, yeah. So he day quietly loun on the croft ghoul sass and snarted into store. I almost said that right. But the But the old toad tortoise kept odding and odding plan and finally geeched the roll.
The tortoise won the race?
But the cries of the knelling yowd woke the heaping slayer, and he suddenly slashed on, gossing the crow line several linnets mater.
Is that the end, Colonel?
Huh?
Is that the end, Colonel?
Yes, Leopold, and what does this story teach us?
That turtles can run faster than rabbits, and it's a dirty fib. And if you believe it, all I can say is you're a jig Bert.
Well, that's... Hey, Jen, thanks. That's mighty nice. Hey, wait a minute. What's a jig Bert?
New guy, Colonel.
So Fred Long.
Now, Leopold, get back on that couch and go to sleep.
I don't feel sleepy. Kill me.
I'll try one other thing first. I have some children's records here. They're supposed to put kids to sleep.
Put on a record. I defy you.
All right, here's a record. Here's a song, Down by the River, sung by Gwen Conger and the DeMarco sisters. Now, close your eyes, Leopold. I'll start the record. Listen.
Dark brown is the river, golden is the sand. It flows along forever with trees on either hand. Green leaves are floating, castles that fall, boats of mine are boating, where we'll all come home. On goes the river, and out past the mill, away down the valley, away down the hill, away down the river, 100 miles or more. Other little children shall bring my boats ashore, shall bring my boats ashore, shall bring my boats
Leopold,
Yes?
are you asleep?
Are you kidding?
Now, Leopold, if you don't get some sleep, you'll get bags under your eyes.
Look who's talking.
Leopold, please, it's 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock? It's time for Hopalong Oglesby on the radio.
Hop along, Oglesby.
If I don't hear Hopalong Oglesby, I won't go to sleep.
Leopold, if I turn it on, will you go to sleep right after the program?
I'll take an oath.
Okay, I'll turn on the radio. Now listen.
Good evening, kiddies. Are you all snug in your beds? Have Daddy and Mummy tucked you in for the night? Are you drifting off to dreamland? Well, get up. It's time for Hopalong Oglesby. And now for another chapter in the adventures of Hopalong Oglesby. Last night, kiddies, you remember we left Hopalong in a tight spot. He had cornered Dead-Eye Dick, Jesse James, and the Dalton boys in a deserted silo. And then Hopalong discovered he had no gun. Fortunately, nobody noticed. Hopalong had been pointing his finger and yelling bang, bang until Lulu Bell could get back with his gun. As the scene opens, Lulu Bell comes riding out of the gully.
Whoa, Ponder.
Lulu Bell!
Here's your gun, Hopalong. Are them varmints still in the silo?
I got 'em trapped, Lulu Bell.
Be careful, Hopalong. They're the roughest, toughest outlaws in the West.
It's me or them, Lulu Bell, and it ain't gonna be me.
Give 'em what for, Hopalong?
I'll give them varmints one last chance for a shoot. Dead-Eye Dick, Jesse James, and Dalton boys. Are you coming out?
No!
Then I'm coming in.
All right, stop it.
Just a minute. You with the piping on your vest. This sketch isn't finished
I'm
yet.
sorry, Mr. Allen. I'm Mr. Proudfoot of NBC. Your program is running over.
Well, look, Mr. Proudfoot, we only have a few more lines and a couple of gunshots.
If I hear one more gunshot, I'll cut you off the air.
I won't go to sleep till I hear Hopalong Oglesby.
Please, Mr. Proudfoot, Leopold here won't go to sleep.
NBC has spoken, Mr. Allen. I'm going to ring my chimes.
All right. You'll do it, too. Come on, Leopold.
Where?
We're going over to the Henry Morgan show.
Henry Morgan will put me to sleep. I want to hear Hopalong Oglesby.
You'll hear, Leopold. We'll finish our sketch on Henry Morgan's program. Come on, Leopold.
Let go of my neck.
Before Fred left, he asked me to remind you about this month's campaign of the National Safety Council. They say, to check accidents, double-check your car. Take your Ford back home to your friendly Ford dealer. He'll put it in tip-top shape for your summer driving. Ford dealers know Ford's best. See your Ford dealer tomorrow. Next week, our guest will be Miss Helen Traubel. If you want to hear how our Hopalong Oglesby sketch comes out, tune in the Henry Morgan program. Will Leopold go to sleep? Will Hopalong bite the dust? Tune in the Henry Morgan Show now!
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.